And we're live on YouTube now too. Time to send out ats. Time to not forget this time. Hey chat, how's it going?
Hey chat, how's it going?
Hello chat.
Hi chat.
Hello, chat.
Hello.
Oh,
Hope you're doing
hello.
good. Okay. We've sent them all out. We should be good. Hey everyone.
Send out that tweet.
I did. Thank you everyone for all of the subs. Holy shit. The Hatman, Typical Novice, Streaming McClurky, Assassin Whale. Just really quick, it's still September, so like cancel your subs and get the subs at the lower sub level or something. You can actually save yourself some money, but we don't get less money. Twitch takes less from you. And fuck that shit. Rip Twitch off as much as possible, please.
Do it!
We're here to insult
Why
Twitch
was the
until
stream
they
return
kill
to
us.
static?
Oh, where's that? Deadler, thank you so much for the sub. So without any further ado, let's get right into it.
Well, we
I
gotta do
wanna
some shills and introductions, my man.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was getting ready for. Let's we're gonna we got Will. Will, you're here tonight. Will Shill.
Oh,
Shill the Will.
Jesus.
yeah.
Hi, I'm Will. You'll most likely know me from various gaming streams on here, but more prominently on Surprise Round RPG, where I run Ebb and Ward, which is actually taking place tomorrow, where things have gotten very spicy. It sure is.
Excellent. So next up, J-Man.
Hi, I'm J-Man. I have a Twitter account. Don't follow me there. I don't want your fans. But what you should do is you should go and check out the official Stabbyness Discord. There's a lot of good treats in there, a lot of show-specific chats. But also, if you are on the $9 tier on the Windows Patreon, you gain access to our secret little patron chat. Then with also a metric shitload of bonus content that you're gonna get a whole fuck ton more soon. Boy oh boy are you. So
Yeah,
look forward to that.
it's a seriously good deal. Roma, go!
Chonky.
Hi, I'm
Chomp.
Roma. I do art for a lot of things. Right now, mostly Indigo, and I uploaded several icons that you're gonna see today, and the full body designs for those on my Patreon over the last couple of days. You should check it out.
Excellent. Ziv, go!
Sorry. Hello. I'm Siv, and I'm chuckling because I realized something I forgot to do that was probably a good idea. And I didn't prepare for something, but it's okay because I have a Patreon, and every Wednesday I upload some nice, neat little artingly doodlies. I also got a Twitter. I yak around on there frequently. Come check me out. Man, I gotta get better at my breathing, economy. I'm getting winded already.
Oh, pretty hard.
Yeah, Evan Ward Smurl, like Will said, that's all I got.
Hi, I'm Jay. First of all, Leonard Rodriguez, thank you for continuing that gift sub. And Madrick O'Fane, thank you so much for the sub, as well as Jack of Coins, thank you for the sub. Seriously, thank you all so much. It helps the show a lot. Hi, I'm Jay. More or less exactly what J-Man said. Please go check out the Windrose Patreon. Please check out the official Discord. If you like Wilting Vows, you can go see the conclusion. Also, go watch Wilting Vows. It kicks a lot of ass.
Speaking of Wilting Vows, if you really like that, you should go check out 13th God. And if you like 13th God, you should maybe go check out my Patreon, because I got one too. And it's really
Nice.
good, guys. And there's a secret session up there right now following something that's a bit of a spoiler for this current arc. So go check that out if you're curious.
Oh, I wonder what that is.
Excellently done, Christian. And finally, Mask.
Hello, I'm Wandering Mask. I'm not really in this one, but I'm here to be a supporter. Go support on the Patreon. I don't have anything to shell. Have a nice evening.
Oh my god, Explodia, thank you for all of the subs. Welcome back, Christian. So, you can probably tell, we started.
Yes.
Yeah, so we got a big, beefy session tonight with a lot of sort of fun quirks, I guess. We're gonna play through the beginning, and then we're gonna take a short break, and I'm gonna talk to you guys, the audience, and then we're gonna play through the rest of it. So, that'll be fun. I've got a lot planned, so honestly, without any further ado, let's just get right to it. No reason to stall any longer. Life has progressed. It's sort of jutted forward almost unexpectedly. It seems like time almost dragged itself forward up to the Day of Veils, but as things actually settled in the city, you find yourselves advancing through the days almost dreamily. A few days pass, and you sort of settle into a more common, everyday routine. For some of you, that's easier than others. Many of you have lived in the city your entire lives or spent the appreciable part of your lives getting used to Indigo as a place. However, others have had larger changes with their lives. They're getting used to living with new parts of themselves or, well, in some cases, a new roommate. Over here, Asa and Selif have spent the last few days sort of getting more acclimated to each other's presence. It's been slightly frustrating. She tends to drag you into things, Selif. Such as right now. After realizing that Asa had a particular fondness for reading, the way that you read, and an almost unstoppable urge to act out any dramatic scene that is portrayed in a book, you actually attracted the attention of, a neighbor, someone who was coming by to see Cassius. That extended, one thing came to another, and eventually all the kids came to gather to see Asa and Selif's tiny little puppet show. Asa's rubbing her hands together behind the curtain. Thanks again for agreeing to do this.
Mm-hmm.
You nervous?
Mm-hmm.
I thought you might be, but they're just kids. All you have to do is say the lines with some particularly cool verb or, I don't know, talk about a dragon. Kids love dragons. I'll do the rest. I'll act it out. I'll read the other parts. It'll be fun.
I don't know. I think kids are smarter than that.
She thinks about that for a second. Maybe so. Can't say I've actually ever been around children. But this is something nice to do for the neighborhood. So, Asa stands up, slowly opens the curtains, and begins to actually perform some sort of subtle animation on these little puppets. Part of Asa is able to control puppetry. It's a strange gift and one she's definitely still getting used to, but she's sort of put her all into these little demonstrations. So if you mind giving me a roll to die really quick.
Sure thing. It's thinking about it.
It's thinking about it.
Here it comes.
If it's busted, I can just restart it really quick. Just
I might...
give me.
Oh,
There it is. Okay, thank you. So, you and then let me give you one for her. You start to read from behind the from behind the little barricade. It's a simple tale, one that you've actually carried with you. You've heard this one before. The words seem all too familiar to you. You get into it bit by bit, and Asa starts to animate little puppets dancing along. The kids all clap. It's a relatively nice moment. See how Asa does. With your assistance, she was able to keep all of her attributes. Asa gets into your reading, and you notice that instead of watching the puppets, instead of watching the kids' reactions, she's instead watching you. Almost wrapped by the attention of the story, she turns her attention away from the performance and just focuses on you. And the little puppets dancing their ways along the stage, almost to a tune of their own. She just stares at you for a while. and then splits into a big smile. And from behind, she almost a little too showishly throws open the curtains, stands on the little makeshift stage, the tent barely able to contain her height, and begins to act along as dramatically, as physically as possible. Everyone is taken aback, and they smile and actually begin to clap. Seliph, as Asa gets more and more into this, twisting and pirouetting up on this tiny facsimile of a stage, you start to get more involved in the storytelling as well. Every single sentence seems to punch with more energy. You start to feel it too, and by the end, you finish your tale, and all of the kids are clapping and cheering. She touches back down behind the stage. Oh, fantastic work. See, I knew they'd love it.
Yeah, that was kind of fun.
She grins at you. It's nice. This is nice.
You were amazing out there.
You're
into it.
You're amazing back here. Collectively, we're both amazing. Oh, they're not going away. She peeks up and over for a little bit. I think it would be a little cruel to ask you for an encore at this point.
Oh, I got another story.
Oh, really?
So,
Please, go ahead. You guys spend a good period of the afternoon just telling story after story, and you notice as the crowd actually grows, more and more people start to gather, and it turns into a genuine attraction. Just something that, honestly, an event that hasn't brought this like Hull Street is sort of like off to your upper right, but this section of the city sort of forgotten. But right now there's an actual gathering. It's so strange to see Shrine Street so alive. Cassius, you think this as you leave the building that you work in?
Oh, I was about to do the smiley face emoji, but no, I can do that in character now. He walks out and he's like, oh, whoa. And he sees them doing their thing and he's like, oh, yay. And he just comes over and starts kind of watching with them.
You watch along for a while and you see your two roommates actually almost emphatically getting into the performance, and at a certain point, Asa actually does drag Seliph up out on stage with her.
Oh,
and
no! Oh, no!
and she pantomimes an over-the-top fencing thrust and winds up just at the crowning moment that the hero spears the villain. She drags you on stage and foe kills you in effigy, slowly lowering you back down. You both vanish behind and are replaced by puppets. That was fun. You peek around, Seliph, and you actually see Cassius out and back. You got something to give him.
I do. Not while she's looking.
Okay, I've got this next bit. She hops back out on stage. Asa starts to give a little bit of a speech of her own. Something that is probably slightly impromptu, but pulled from some sort of her own moral take on this tale you're telling. You got a second.
Okay. He scoots around into the back of the crowd.
Hi, Sailor.
Hey, Cassius.
Good job on the stage.
Oh, thanks. It's mostly Asa, though.
Yeah, she seems like she's having fun.
Yeah, she does. How was work?
Mostly paperwork today.
Oh, that's good. Quiet can be good.
Yeah.
Can I ask you for a favor?
Of course. What's up?
There's something in my room on my desk. It's a little package with a letter. Would you deliver it for me to Heil so she can deliver it?
Yeah, sure thing. I assume you need to stay here and help her with this.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll drop that off for you.
You turn around as you say that, and like you make back towards the apartment, and you notice that two of the kids have rushed the stage, and Asa's dramatically swinging each of them from one arm. And at one point, one dives backwards and performs the same like fencing thrust forward and spears Asa. She dramatically gasps, dies, and slithers behind the stage. Everyone claps. More of the kids bear down.
This is not a performance anymore. This is now playtime.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I better make sure one of them doesn't hit their head or something. Asa, are you okay?
Never better. I think we're under siege now.
Oh, dear.
We are fucking under attack.
We are fucking under attack. Cassius, you take the time, run up to that apartment that Tyr left to you, and head over to Hull Street. Hyle's shop isn't too far away, but it's still a little bit of a distance. You're working into your daily schedule. You got places to be. You're gonna visit Dodge this afternoon in Seaside, so
Oh, hell yeah.
literally on the way. You head over to Hull Street. Over here.
And it's up these stairs, right?
Yep, right over there. You walk over. City seems oddly alive, strangely at peace. You think, as you walk up the stairs and bump into someone.
Oh shit.
She stops. She looks at you.
Oh,
Looks
hello.
back at the shop. She nods. Hello, Cassius.
Hi. Were you dropping something off today?
She nods. She's holding a doll.
Oh.
Looks down at it. Looks over at the city. You've been doing an excellent job lately. Please, continue your hard work.
Oh, thank you. You too.
She nods and then just walks past. You bid farewell to Cerisa the Red. Take a
Teresa
second.
and Cassius every time they meet each other. Good job. Good job. Walks away.
You head inside Hyle's shop. Doesn't take but a moment to get the package properly sent off, and you come back outside. Look at that beaming sunshine.
Yay! Oh my god, the sky is clear. That's good. I guess
It's really
it's the middle
nice.
of summer.
It is.
I just
And-
always picture the city being very foggy and
Yeah, just a little overcast. And as you put your foot at the head of the stairs, you start to
falls down the stairs.
yeah, your eyes sort of cast themselves over, and you see someone just sitting there, almost fitting into the only foggy place in the city right now.
Oh, no.
Just sitting on a barrel.
Did I just fucking miss him when I walked
Yeah.
by?
No, that's fine.
Cassius walks by, pays him no attention. Tyr watches Cassius start talking to Cerisa. And they're like, you fucking asshole.
You walk downstairs, and it's the strangest thing. Tyr looks at you and then raises a hand.
Is he waving at me?
Hey. Such an alien thing to see. He just waves to you. He looks uncomfortable.
Cassius like blinks and then he waves and he's like, hey.
Kind of scratches the back of his head. What are you doing here?
I'm dropping a letter off for Seliph. What are you doing here, sitting on one of Arch's barrels?
I'm trying to enjoy the sunshine. He says. He looks up. He has somehow picked up the least like enjoyable spot in the entire city. The blue mist cascades over him.
So,
Excuse me?
I'll say this. I don't mean this as any slight against that shop. It is my best friend's store. Maybe if you want to enjoy the sun, you could get out of the miasma.
Yes, that makes sense. He stands up, and then, like, actually adjusts himself for a moment, clears his throat. I, wanted to apologize about a few things.
Oh?
More specifically, I wanted to apologize about how harshly I treated you.
I mean, I can't really blame you. The first time we met, I literally broke your ribs after you saved my life.
Would it ruin my apology if I said when you broke my ribs that made me happy because I thought I understood our relationship a little bit better? I got confused when you came. Whatever. He like looks down and away.
No, you can explain it. It's okay.
I got confused when you're like, oh, I care about you already. When you were just aiming to break my ribs, like, I got that. That was easy.
Well, I, to be honest, wasn't totally... I was very, out of it when I broke your ribs. I didn't remember who you were, until after I broke your ribs.
Well, I guess... He thinks, he crosses his arms.
When I remembered who you were, I felt really, really bad about breaking your ribs.
Don't worry about it. He waves a hand. I wanted to thank you in particular. I wanted to thank you for doing right by this city, but most of all, I wanted to say, those two. Bijou in particular has done a lot for me. Sulliff as well has opened my eyes to a few things. And I feel like you are one of the first people that I should come to and apologize. Certainly not the last either. He scratches the back of his head. What I said in the sewer, I still stick by. Right now, I don't have much of an interest in being your friend or giving you any amount of hope, but I'm starting to realize that being caustic was perhaps the worst course of action that I could have taken. He thinks about it.
I understand where you're coming from. It's just like, I guess, a little bit too late on that front for me. Not about anything you have done. I got kind of unlucky with what I forgot and what I didn't forget, I think. And I forgot your name and your face and who you were, but I still miss and missed everyone I don't remember. So for me, I just sat there feeling those things with no one to put them to.
He nods. Well, in that case, I suppose you are entitled to continue feeling those things. I'm going to keep...
I don't really understand.
He puts a hand on your shoulder. Physical contact with Julius Tier is an unbelievable thing for you. You want to punch him. He puts a hand on your shoulder, though. I don't get it either. We've both been dealt strange hands. Like I said, I don't have much of an interest in growing closer to you. He raises finger quotes. Right now, not enough hope in this city. Not yet. But at least in the immediate, sorry for being such an ass. He walks away and kind of waves. I'm gonna go find a park to lie down in or something.
Cassius is about to say, okay, see you later. He says that, and Cassius is just like, okay. Okay, Tyr.
Tyr waves and walks away, and Cassius, you feel for at least the moment, Tyr's made serious progress. So, to describe what you guys did, Tyr had a flaw that stopped his bonds from building beyond a certain point until you hit a certain part of his checklist. If you performed any of those actions on his checklist, he would be able to move beyond that and start to regain hope and bond again. Amy cheated beyond that immediately, but regardless, you guys managed to break through, actually, a bit of Tyr's, a bit of the issue that's weighing Tyr down, and he's able to actually progress and grow as a person again. Cassius, you feel like you, Bijou, and Seliph, you've done a good job, actually.
Yo, bro, we took off the Everstone.
Nice.
Nice. I'm just looking at Tyr like, bro, you can have a good time. I promise.
You think about that as he wanders off, probably the most awkward man you've met in your life, to go lie down in a park or whatever the fuck he said. And you realize, awkwardly, you have to walk in that same direction. So you do.
That's where he like gives it a good 30 seconds, then he's like, well, I'm going to meet up with Dodge, she's over that way, so I guess
You start heading off, and for the rest of your walk, Tyr walks like 30 paces ahead of you, occasionally looking back and then walking a little bit faster. The entire trip until you finally make your way apart. Heil in her shop gets to actually running downstairs and asking Arch exactly where this letter is going, but before too long, she sets the process in motion to get that letter moving towards its intended destination. With Amy's permission, I'm gonna read that letter to you, if it's okay with you guys.
Oh boy, do we get the fucking...
Cry? Yeah.
Amy, that cool? Can I read Selph's letter aloud to the audience?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll just,
Okay.
Sorry.
It's really good. So I'm gonna put us on this university map. J-Man Mask, you pilot Self for a bit. I'm gonna be reading a thing.
You got it.
Let me change the music. I'll try, yeah, I mean, this one's pretty good for stuff like this.
Oh, jeez.
Oh no, I'm gonna cry. I'm already crying.
Dear Mom and Dad, and to all of you reading over their shoulders, I'm sorry it's taken this long to write. I know you've probably been anxious to hear back from me. So, before I ignite your worries any further, know that I've made it to the city safely. As of right now, I'm writing to you from the comfort of my apartment, which was kindly offered to me after some complications arose with the on-site campus dorm rooms. It is an old building, and Cassius, my landlord, is still working hard on getting water running into my room, but it is otherwise cozy. And the other tenants have been so kind. They even decorated my room before I fully settled in as a surprise. The city of Indigo is every bit as big and boisterous as I feared it would be, and that's before considering the people that occupy it. The people really have been something. It's been a few weeks, but even now I still find myself stopping to marvel at the fact I've come this far. And I'm here on my own, doing what I've always dreamed of doing, surrounded by kindness and support. Makes me want to work all the harder to earn and keep the trust of the many that have extended me a guiding hand. It's surreal and nerve-wracking and humbling, but I'm so, so happy. A lot has happened since I left for the station all those days ago. Some good and bad, and both. The trip there was primarily unremarkable, until it became anything but unremarkable. If you could believe it, I had a run-in with a couple nobles. They were doing a survey of the train and wanted to talk to me. I'm sure all of you can imagine how flustered I was. And after that, during my walk to the city itself, I met a kind fortune teller who walked with me and told me stories. And to the greatest of coincidences, I happened upon a family of archaeologists at their dig site. The head of the family, Mr. Bettel-Illman, conducted himself with an air of elegance I've only seen from Mrs. Avery when she recounted memories of her show days. They were an eccentric family, to say the least. If maybe a little worn, if you cared to look hard enough. There was kindness in them too. I likely would have had a much harder time through the woods if I had not found them. And I'm forever grateful to them for their aid. I hope to get a chance to speak to them amicably someday soon. Swap you over. Let's do this one. Oh wait, no. This one. Yeah. And the university has been its own list of riots. I ended up placed in homeroom of one of my favorite scholars. I'm sure you remember me mentioning Amartha Teach before. Her professional writing does little to prepare you for the experience of meeting her in person. She is wave after wave of enthusiasm and brilliance. She's already helped me out of a few tough spots. There is so much I wish to learn from her. And my classmates Mallow, Beretta, Noctua, are all so bright in her own ways. It seems everywhere I turn, I find something to inspire me. Now comes the part I've dreaded to write the most. Not sure what sort of information makes it all the way from Indigo all the way home, but there was an incident in the university's library about a week ago. A gas leak prompted an abrupt evacuation of the entire campus, including the dorms, which I mentioned earlier, and in the commotion I lost some of your gifts. The compass, Mom's blanket, and bound journal and feather quill, and the wonderful doll made of me are all gone. I had to spend a couple days in an infirmary due to exposure and have since made a full recovery, I assure you. But by the time I realized they were missing, it was much too late to search for them. I want to convey to all of you how sorry I am. Those items, and all the wishes and feelings poured into them, meant the world to me. They still mean the world to me. It is a pang on my heart to lose them. They were such a great comfort on the road and while I was finding my bearings in the city. But there's nothing to be done for them now. I can only apologize. And so instead, I send to all of you, my family, a gift to make amends. Today marks the Day of Veils, a holiday that is positively inescapable in this city. It's enough to make even me, as quiet and socially awkward as I am, fill with grandiose declarations of sentimentality. And so in the package accompanying this letter, you will find a new doll of my likeness, gifted to me and made by the artisan Kumo. I might be breaking tradition, sending this without taking a lot of you on dates first. It's the only thing that feels right to me, to send all my wishes and thankfulness home. My wish for all of you is to live safely and happy and worry-free. At least until I return home someday with the wealth of knowledge you've allowed me to cultivate. It is the very least of what you deserve. With much love, Selif. P.S. This is a request for Mom specifically, but one of my friends is teaching me how to bake. I was hoping to repay her for the effort, and I was wondering if you could send me your blueberry cheesecake recipe. I always wondered how you were able to make it not so sweet enough as to turn me off, so I'd like to learn it as well, and I thought it would be nice to learn a thing together. If it's a family secret, though, I'll think of something else. Thank you. Love you. And with that, for now, Selif and Cassius's chapters come to a close. As I stated earlier, this campaign does have a rotating cast, so Selif and Cassius, at least for the moment, will be stepping aside. If you missed them already, me too. And if you want to see more of them, we are going to actually continue their daily lives over on the Windrose Patreon. Many RPs are still around. We'll see what they're up to. But at least for the immediate, I want to thank the both of you. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for playing this campaign with us, and thank you for giving some really damn good performances. You fucked me up more than once, as I've let you know. Good job. So, this episode, this finale, does work as a conclusion, an epilogue of sorts for a few of our characters. Cassius and Selif have left, at least in the immediate, but another character is actually going to be leaving during this session, and I'll leave it up to your imaginations who that is. We will continue on with the remaining two, and a few new players. And it won't be before too long that I think we'll see Selif and Cassius again. So, with that said, let's take a break. I know it's early. I know we've only been going a half an hour.
That was the end of the episode.
That was the end of the episode. Let's take a short break. I'm gonna get up, stretch my legs. Great work again, both of you.
Nice letter.
Thank you.
That was very good.
That was really sweet.
glad you liked it.
Yeah, nice lies.
Yeah. I'm so proud of you.
You
You don't have to tell the whole truth.
When is Salif gonna tell them that he's a mage?
Just tell the truth that benefits you.
Yeah.
You're a bad person. No, but Selif is a good bean.
Yeah.
What a nice young man.
I'm very happy that Tyr and Cassius get to be on
Dude, Tyr
On okay terms?
Tyr saying
terms.
Tyr said, I want to apologize, and my brain shut off. Like, I just stopped being able to comprehend what was happening. I was like, what?
I don't know if I can say they're on the same page, but they are in the same book, at least.
Yeah! They're
Dude.
no longer in different libraries.
Tyr putting his hand on Cassius's shoulder. Cassius, what the fuck is happening right now?
Blue screen.
Cassius fucking yeeting Tyr on instinct into the river.
What is this non-violent contact?
This is not how this is supposed to work.
You're doing it
I
wrong!
on it.
I just love that the only time they ever understand each other is when they're like beating the shit out of each other, and then all the other times they're like, this is confusing and weird.
I don't how not apply physical trauma. I don't know.
Welcome back.
Okay, so yes, now is the time if you are God, yeah, now's the time that if you wanna shower Amy and Roma with praise, please do so.
Oh God.
It's your chance.
I
I will take my break while the praise shower is happening.
Yeah, no.
You're both amazing. You both did so good. I can't wait.
You're
really
both
quick.
so good! Playing with you is a delight!
Thank you so much for playing in chapter 1. I fucking had absolutely wonderful scenes with both of you, and you guys are fucking fantastic. I love you both.
It's been
Heart
so
emoji.
fun.
Good fucking work.
Not bad,
bully.
kid.
The boys.
See you on the other side of the road.
See you guys in chapter 3. See you guys in chapter 17.
Come back
One
up.
Piece, baby.
What have you been doing? Oh, I've been doing a really cool mystery actually on the side. You can catch it on the Patreon.
Actually, I come back chapter 17. Hey, Cassis, what have you been up to? I saved the city. What? I saved the city. Campaign's over. If you want to see it on the Patreon.
Oh,
Chat
chat's,
gotta have veils.
chat's going nuts with the praise. I recommend checking it out. It's very, 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 very sweet.
Heck yeah, you deserve all of it.
Yeah, you guys are all darlings.
Heart emoji.
Jack
was gonna-
Coins is calling me on my shit. I mean, if this is a Trails game, everyone should be back around chapter 6. Oh my god.
I was gonna make the joke that
Also,
after.
someone says, so will Jay be controlling Salif and Cassius if they appear,
Nope.
or will they just disappear? No, we're just gonna be gone.
Yeah, like if they are around for any reason, I will reach out to Roma and Amy and just be like, hey, there's gonna be a scene with your characters. Wanna be in it? And like, they're not gonna be the big POV character for the chapter, but like, they're still in the city, they're still around. So like,
Be like how Fade and the Deltanos have been thus far.
exactly.
Like, we can, like, you guys can come get us, but we aren't gonna be there unless you do so, I guess, kind of thing.
Aram is yelling at me. Aram, no, Jay, you can't take Selif away for 8 chapters. I don't care if he comes back for the bonus dungeon.
People in the chat, Cassius comes back as punished Cassius, and then the other person, Cassius, is already punished Cassius.
I was gonna make that joke about if he comes back after a time skip, and it's just like, oh, but he's already missed time.
Double
So,
punished.
Cassius, what did you do while we were gone? I bought an eye patch. I bought an eye patch.
I imagine it's over his working eye.
He's now voiced by James.
I I love it because we always say, your eyes go there, you look over there. Like, you always say it in the plural, and I always, in my brain, I go, the one.
Eye.
The one eye. The one eye. It puts an eye patch over it. I cannot perceive.
That's how he gets to sleep. He just puts an eye patch on.
That's how he does it.
So I think everyone who I need for the moment is back and around. So we're gonna just drive this forward. I'm gonna take breaks as much as I need because this has a lot of stuff to juggle, and I kind of like I'll need to reset a bunch over the course of this. So yeah, we're gonna get right to it. Brennan, you around?
Have fun, everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much for playing.
Have fun.
We will. Let me grab this theme. Beretta, you have a party tonight, but that isn't your immediate concern. Today is the day that little dream of yours, or I guess more accurately, the dream of your boys, is finally coming to fruition. There's a few obstacles still left to clear. Kazuya put it well. In order to operate in the city and the trading business, you need to earn the blessing of the Deltanos, or you need to at least talk to them. So that'll be for later tonight. But in the immediate, you've got a building to inspect. You meet up with Kazuya in your disguise. He's not aware of this one. He looks around. You must be the Stampede King.
Sure am.
Well, I've been sitting out here waiting for all of 5 minutes, so
Sorry, being on time isn't exactly my thing.
I suppose not. He looks around, and you start to make towards the 13th ward, but he actually stops you. It's actually back in this direction. You look back over this way, and sort of tucked away, actually, behind all these market stalls, you notice something. A building that didn't catch your eye initially. I apologize, it's a little out of the way, but he motions to you.
Out of the way isn't necessarily a bad thing. She kind of shuffles over these flowers.
Yeah, you'll have to sneak past that. This is actually one of our more secret locales. He brings you over to this tiny building, and all of your boys actually wave to you as you travel past.
A little tip of the hat to the boys.
He brings you up into this building that, it's small, but there's actually an elevator inside. It sort of extends up. There's a rickety staircase nearby, but this little secluded location, you're not quite sure what it was originally, but hell, for now, it's yours. You come into Stampede Trading Co. Let me drop this. And
perfect.
And it is exactly as you expected it. It's that office.
That one.
It's the office. My golden, mysterious horse statues. My boys. My desk. My couches.
The ashtray.
The ashtray on the couch.
No
Where's
one
the
is
secret back
allowed to
closet?
smoke. Yes, of course, there's a secret back closet over here. You look around Stampede Trading Co. It's a single-room building. All of your boys are inside. They've prepped the place exactly to your specifications. There are potted tumbleweeds in the corner.
She kind of readjusts herself and takes a deep breath. This is good.
Yes, I think it lacks a certain amount of elegance, but as far as tiny buildings that we could get rolling in no time, I think we've done a relatively good job. Please, take a tour around.
Yeah, I can see that I can see how you might have been able to get this place so quick. It's homey.
It's one of the few buildings we own outside the 13th ward. We also... He stops and thinks, oh, I don't want to give you a rundown of all the properties we own. But this one was up for grabs, so I was delighted to help out the Pietro family.
For the price, it's a steal.
He nods. Yeah, according to... with the way that this is set up, this building is currently owned by Stampede Trading Co. Not Bretta Pietro, actually. It's set up to be owned by the company itself.
That's
He looks around. Well, I have a party to get to, so I need to go through putting on my absolutely rigorous preparation. So I hope you enjoy your new office. Keep up the good work. And he looks a little more seriously at you for a second. I'll see about securing your ability to distribute later. I think I can be very convincing when it comes down to it. He smiles, walks into the elevator, hits the button, and goes down.
Beretta flashes him a thumbs up as she goes and kind of just takes it all in as she stares into the eyes of this horse statue.
You look into the eyes of a horse, this mythical beast that's never been seen inside of Indigo before. You specified golden horse statues, and yep, you got them. You feel proud.
How's everybody doing? How's Bill doing?
Oh, hey, boss. Bill looks up from the desk. Oh, sorry, I was sitting at your desk organizing some papers. He takes a step out. Yeah, no.
No. You can stay there. It's fine. It
Well, all
suits
right. Sure. He sits there. He sits back down. It is very comfortable in the seat.
It is a good chair. I had it imported.
Oh.
This guy slides over. Hey, crap. Chairman. Yeah. Hey, first chairman. What's your title again? Beretta, you are currently the first chairman of Stampede Trading Company.
Chairman sounds so much more legit than boss.
Yeah, we got everything set up. Can't really trade much, quite yet, because, we haven't figured out that part. But, office is all ready to go once you secure our supply.
Well, I figure the infrastructure's already set up, so I think we're going to be ready to go soon.
Mm-hmm. I'll smile at you. Brother,
you know what? I don't tell you guys enough, but I really love you guys.
Oh, shucks, boss, says Bill.
This one starts crying.
Yeah, this guy looks down. What did we do to get a boss like you?
Well, you fought me, and then you took up a life of crime, and you continued that life of crime to the logical endpoint of going legit and going back to school. So, you guys earned it.
Huh. They kind of look at each other. Okay, I guess we earned it.
Don't ever think for a second that it was luck.
Oh. Bretta, you go over, you examine the lockers, you take a look around, you look at your secret side closet. It's great. It's everything you ever wanted.
I have all kinds of people in there.
There's a safe behind the fucking picture.
I know there is.
You've got everything that you wanted in this office. You let it settle in that this place is real, breathe in that musty air, and you realize, yeah, made it to a certain extent.
I did it by myself.
You did. And you feel that satisfaction wash over you. And you realize you still got that party to get to. That's something that can't wait. You can't secure supply without talking to the Deltanos at the very least first, unless you want some bloody war. So, you and Kazuya, you're gonna go negotiate, actually.
But not with this hat on.
Coincidentally, actually, the Deltano party is just a few stories down from your apartment. You can go get changed, then just ride the elevator down. Nice and easy.
Great. There won't be traffic.
As you walk towards the elevator. Hey, Chairman. what should we do? Everything's all set up. Like what's next?
I think do whatever you want to do. None of this was ever for me anyway.
Okay, want to play cards? The other guy over here. Yeah, sure. They start a game of cards, and with you saying that, the aura in the room sort of disperses from professionalism to this feels like a home for these people.
Oh, good.
And with the smile on your face, you go inside the elevator, you hit that button, and you ride it to the ground floor. Next. Next. Let's see what Teach is up to. Teach, over the course of the day, you managed to get some work in. You've been doing a lot of work actually these past few days. But you managed to take just a little bit of time off because you've got a big event tonight. You maybe cut it a little close, but you get dressed and there's some place you want to go before that big event. So you do. Dressed head to toe in the nicest stuff you can wear, because you heard it was a party in Pinion Tower. You go to that tower on the far side of the city, this skyscraper that dwarfs absolutely everything else in Seaside. But you don't immediately go to where the party is, because a lot like Beretta, you have another destination within Pinion Tower. It's a big building, a lot of office spaces. So, you go to the Testudo Clinic.
Yes.
You feel a little ridiculous. You're dressed up and you're in a doctor's office.
There we are.
Yes, indeed.
Teach walks it up and approaches up to the bed, and then is just kind of scratches her head. So, how do I look?
Hey, you look fantastic.
Thank you. She just kind of smiles a bit and goes over and takes a seat over here at the side couch. I'm a little excited, honestly. I'm obviously not just dressed up like this for a visit, but I'm going to the little party downstairs a little bit later. I haven't been to like a big fancy party besides working at some occasionally, so that'll be really fun, I think.
That's really exciting. Are you... I'm sure you're going to knock him dead. Noctua smiles.
Yeah, I think I will. There's only one person I really want to knock dead, though.
Oh? She smiles a little bit more.
I went to I had my Veil state, right? I actually think it ended.
Oh, you two are keeping up?
Yeah, we are. She invited me to this first, actually. So I was kind of, Veils was my kind of return fire, I guess, so.
Aw. Noctua lets out a very genuine aw.
I mean, it's good. I kind of got, I hope I'm, she kind of like poses her arms out a little bit. She dressed up very nicely for Veils, and I kind of went a bit casual because sewers stuff. She kind of like dressed up a little bit, but now I get to be the one who gets all, well, impressive looking.
You certainly are. Noctua nods.
She stops a bit and then looks, and they're just kind of like, oh wow, yeah, hospitals suck, don't they?
Yeah. Sullivan's been by a lot. It's been nice. Cassius brings me things.
Yeah, I was.
She thinks about it for a second. Have you seen Beretta at all?
She kind of thinks a bit. Beretta, I don't think I really. I mean, besides classes, not really.
Okay.
She kind of thinks a little bit, but, I mean, it's nice to hear. Has she not been through?
Not yet.
She kind of thinks. Well, she's probably busy too, but she stops a little bit. I made it here, and I know Beretta probably wants to be here more than anything right now.
She nods.
This is what sucks. Hospitals are just the worst.
Yeah.
You just gotta sit around, and all you got time to do is think, and you can't do stuff yourself, and it's awful. I don't think I've had a good experience at one. But you know, the one thing I hate more than being at a hospital?
She peeks up and over. Mm?
It's when my friends are at hospitals, actually.
Oh.
Because well, I just know it kind of sucks. So I don't know. I always.
Why? Am
I
I
just.
being...
Huh?
She thinks she pauses on the question. You just wish.
I just wish I had more time, because then I'd probably. I mean, I just want to be here. Just want to be here, you know, like as much as I can.
She thinks about that. It's really okay. I should have been out a few days ago, but they discovered actually. Miss Illyria has been so helpful. Actually, she's helping me a lot here, and she sort of like she wiggles up an arm, and you notice none of her prosthetics are on.
Mhm.
She's sort of helping me out with my situation a lot, actually. So, I'm kind of grateful about that.
Illyria is. She's incredible. I'm really glad that she was here to help. I think. I gotta thank her. I wonder if she'll be upstairs.
Oh, she might actually. She said she was busy tonight. Noctua kind of looks down, looks over. If you don't mind me asking, when were you hospitalized for a long period of time?
Oh,
why?
She kind of stops a little bit. Well, I did spend a long stay for my liver at one point. It ended up getting a bit bust after a lot of unhealthy life choices and a few out of my control. I think the time I really consider the worst was she kind of thinks a little bit and just takes a moment. There seems to be a slight wash of uncomfort on her face, but then it kind of seems to fade away a bit after she considers who she's talking to, and she just kind of, well, a bit after during the 1 week war after it ended.
Oh,
I spent a
right. long
time, there, and
what
that
happened?
was she kind of stops a bit. I got hit pretty bad. Took a big blow right here. She kind of pats her right leg. They needed to do surgery to get stuff out of me. It's real nasty. I'll save the details, but I ended up sitting in there for at least a couple weeks, almost a month, I think, before they even just let me out. I sort of well, I didn't have many friends left to come talk to me. And then by the time I just didn't really have much going on at that time. Just a lot of time to think, and it wasn't the most fun time to think. So I can tell you, like, yeah.
She smiles at that. Well, when you put it that way, my stay in the hospital actually hasn't been bad at all. Because I guess I've had a lot of people to come by and visit me. I'm used to hospitals, she says, sort of like mumbling off. So having one where people come and visit you on a near daily basis is actually excellent. I heard you were busy, and I'm glad that you were able to, I guess, get done what you needed to get done. It's nice to feel like you're coming to visit only when you're able, and like I'm not she thinks like I'm not a liability in that regard.
She kind of thinks a little bit. I could get that. Yeah, I think I can understand that. You're not a liability for me at all. The exact opposite, actually. You're a great help to me. So
she
honestly,
smiles again.
I guess I should rephrase something. The reason that I always want to be here, I mean, yeah, it's because I know hospitals suck. But the reason I wanted to be here was because it was you. I wanted to be here to talk. I had a bunch I'd want to talk about. I'm starting up a new course and stuff, and so I'm excited to get it. I've got a few of them. She kind of reaches in and pulls out like a few more books. Got a few more books. You might miss some of the lectures, so I thought I'd at least bring them up. Yeah. She kind of stops a little bit and moves up and takes a seat right on the bed there. It's got some. We're getting into the Rauji block of history, so I've got some fun stuff. Maybe some stuff you might find interesting to read a little bit. You ever heard of Gokurage?
She leans in. No, but mostly because Zyphos' own education is it's different. I hadn't honestly given much thought to Rauji other than how our languages share a lot of similar characters and sounds. But beyond that, it's almost like this part of Windrose. It isn't a place that I thought about ever before.
Yeah, that's like she kind of like puts the books down. You know, that's kind of funny. That's kind of how I was with Zyphos for a bit. Actually, I remember the most studying I ever did about Zyphos was actually about the champion of Noctua and their travels there.
She sort of perks up.
Yeah.
Doinkers up.
Have you not heard the story? I mean, I assume you would have, right?
She nods. I'm familiar with Noctua. His story is, I guess it's my only tie to She thinks about it. That one's a little complicated, I guess.
She kind of sits a moment. A little complicated, huh?
It's a title I have to carry more than anything else. It's an ideal I have to live up to. And it's also one that I don't understand in great detail, honestly.
Is there something that, gets in your brain about it?
She thinks. There's a lot I like about being the champion of Noctua. Like, a lot. In fact, I love it. She looks very determined at you. This is me. This is who I am. But sometimes it can get kind of confusing carrying a big legacy like that, especially when you're far, far away from the people who can tell you about carrying that legacy. She looks down. I'm kind of at a loss.
Oh, okay. Oh, geez, that's. She kind of thinks a little bit. Do you feel like you've been doing a bad job?
I couldn't tell you, honestly. The champion of Noctua is an odd one to begin with. The other champions, like Hydra and Crater, they show up really frequently. Champion of Noctua is, she shakes her head, something that not really common in Zyphos. There was one other than me, long time ago, but that's it. The bow didn't like anyone else.
She kind of thinks a little bit. Well, the bow likes you, doesn't it?
She nods and smiles. I think it does. I wish I could cooperate a little bit better with it. But
I'll be quite frank. If they work as I think they do, and the bow has only chosen one other previously, I think you're doing a better job than most people ever could. And at the end of the day, well, legacies and those kind of things are stuff we strive to. They're not things we have to meet. It's impossible to meet them, because we can't fully understand who the champion of Noctua was. It's one of the big things about history, is it's so much about perspective, so much about, well, we have primary sources, secondary sources, but everything gets a little murky. The big thing is just piecing together what you think happened, really, for the most of it. So, trying to tie yourself to some legacy. I'm sure if you did talk to those people, the thing they'd be telling you, well, they would just be telling you what they think the champion of Noctua's legacy is supposed to mean. But she kind of like moves over and kind of pats you on the shoulder a bit. But you're the one with the bow. And that bow chose you, and that bow itself is probably, well, the closest thing to Noctua that exists. If you're following that legacy and it chose you, I think it's because you are the person who most fits the legacy.
She smiles again, and you sense a warmth radiating from her. Well, the bow might have chosen me, but it's not with me right now. I think Illyria's doing something with it in the other room. I gotta say, I miss it.
Oh, that fits her. She's actually a bit more of a techie person than a doctor nowadays, I think.
Yeah, she said they were a little uneven, and she's going to pare it down. The Sky Steel, like, I was sort of walking with a limp for a little while as a result. Sky Steel is really complicated.
Ah, okay. She kind of thinks a little bit about that. But I think, like, if you're not feeling bad about it, or you don't know how to feel, you were talking to me a lot how you're really trying to work towards doing what you want to do, right?
She nods.
All right. Well, she kind of thinks that bow's not going to stop supporting you, right?
I hope not. She almost reflects on that for a second. I don't think there have been any champions that had their weapons turn on them.
She kind of thinks, then they must pick them pretty well. So I'd give a little less thought about what maybe the legacy of Noctua would be doing. Maybe think more about what this Noctua is going to add to the legacy, you know?
Well, the most obvious one is I asked the bow be reforged into a set of prosthetics, so next person is going to have to deal with that. She kind of smiles at you and chuckles a little bit.
I guess they will. I don't know, maybe they'll reforge it in some cool, like, I don't know, axe or something, or some big, like, maybe like some huge ball or rock they throw at something.
Oh, that's fun.
You know,
she starts to chuckle along, and you spend a little bit of time with Noctua, but she eventually does sort of like look down. I'm only gonna be here for another like 2 or 3 days, but one of the big things, and like I guess I feel a little more comfortable telling you about this now because I know the situation with she looks at your leg. Like, yeah, I just drifts down there.
She kind of like waves her hand a bit and
I
brings
think
yeah, no,
she thinks.
absolutely. Just let me know. What is it?
I guess I wanted to, yeah, okay. She psychs herself out. Psychs herself up. I've recently, Illyria's sort of taken a look at me, and there are, I guess, lasting complications from my time in Zyphos. Just some small stuff. She stops and thinks about it for a second. Also, I'm pretty sure I disconnected from...
Oh. Oops. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I was talking and I didn't think you heard me. Oh, no. Noctua passes out.
It's all the meds. It's the hospital, man. It's boring.
Noctua. And Noctua, wake up.
Slap, 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 slap.
Well,
Quick, someone get smelling salts, except don't, because that's really dangerous since she's a slug.
Come on.
Oh, whoa, I never thought of that.
Come on.
Oh, I'm back.
He's back.
He's back.
So, what was the last thing you heard?
God, you disappeared into a flashback there, Noctua. Last thing we heard was the lasting complications.
Lasting complications. That's so weird. My internet disconnects, but you can still hear me.
Yep.
I just kept narrating. So, yeah, if I continue narrating and don't pick up on you, that's because I want to finish the scene. Okay?
Yeah.
Let me go with this one. Yeah, let's do this one. She looks down at looks down for a second. So normally you wouldn't be in the hospital for quite this long if you were just getting a tiny piece of shrapnel removed from your lower back, which came out almost instantly, by the way.
Okay, good.
That's the first you heard about that. You heard that Noctua got hit through a roof.
Yeah. It's like
she sort of looks down for a second. Basically, I'm the daughter of, oh boy. I'm the daughter of a big trade family. The, Xiphos itself is run by, sort of an arrangement of, like a trade prince. That's the best way to put it.
Mhm.
So, competition is relatively fierce over who's going to become the next heir. All this is, she looks down at one of her arms. Competition amidst the family got particularly brutal at times.
She kind of looks serious for a moment. Wait, what?
She stops and kind of nods a little bit more seriously. Oh boy. Xiphos is, on the surface, a kind and compassionate place for craftsmen. Beneath that surface, though, it's run by a group of guilds who are in stern competition with one another. She kind of like looks down. So I found myself on the other end of actually a pretty nasty poison. Emulates the effects of frostbite. It's called Winter's Kiss. She looks down for a second. It's apparently the king of the underworld up there is a pretty powerful frost mage. So something like that is. How much do you know about Xiphos? Her eyes light up again.
She's kind of like thinks a moment there, and it just kind of like is caught up and stuff, and she's just like, well, Xiphos wasn't my particular area of study, so I only know very basics. Probably that glossy exterior that you were just talking about.
She nods. It's the island that flies closest to the sun. It has extreme weather variance. As a result, the place that I lived was actually built into the side of the island on a big old overhang. But if you wanted to poison a person, you could actually make it look like they died of exposure. Those brutal temperatures, actually. She kind of looks down. So, Illyria's actually helping me sort of get out the last of that poison, because apparently there was still some swimming around inside me.
Teach just kind of sits back a bit. That's fucking disgusting. And also, yeah, I get that.
She kind of nods along. Yeah, that first day when you said, my eyes looked like yours. She exhales.
She kind of goes up and just like, she just like sits there for a moment. Oh.
Hey, Teach, you get a phone call.
Hang on. She looks at it. She clicks. Hello?
It's actually, you hear Arch on the other end of the line.
Oh, hey.
Hey, party's starting up soon. I hope you can make it.
I can. I'm actually in Pinion Tower right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you soon then.
Yeah, sure. Is everything okay?
Yeah, of course. Everybody's just lining up.
All right. Okay, I'll see you soon. She clicks off and then holds the phone there. I'm not leaving. I don't want to leave you. This is not the time to leave. You got my full attention, please.
Noctua stops. I don't want to keep you here.
I mean, I don't mind waiting just a little bit. I mean, it's fine. What?
No, it's okay. She genuinely waves a little bit. It's fine. Seriously. There will be plenty of time to talk later. You trust Illyria, right?
Yeah.
Sorry, I feel like I keep bringing her up, but
No, it's fine.
This is the first time I've been separate from the bow for a while, so I'm a little worried about it. So yeah, it's fine. Just maybe after the party or something, come down. It's seriously okay.
Okay. All right. Sure. She kind of sits there for a moment and lingers just a little bit longer and is like, yeah. She kind of stands up a little bit. Yeah, the other part of that, this. She kind of pats it down. I get a limp. sometimes, just as an effect.
Mm.
I take medicine and do some stuff, and sometimes it just bleeds through anyways. Honestly, no one really knows what it is. Gone to a ton of different people. Probably just muscular pain, stretching, everywise. I'm really happy to have what I have.
Hmm?
And I'm hoping that you are too. Like,
She thinks about it for a second, genuinely reflecting. I think I am. It's all been a lot. Everything's been pretty overwhelming. I'm the type of person that unfortunately tunnel visions in on a goal and kind of forgets about the rest. So trying to take a look at the big picture is something new to me, but I think I like what's been happening lately. Seliph he's been so sweet.
he is. He's just wonderful. She kind of gets up a bit. Well, I guess I should go. Yeah. I don't know if this is appropriate for me to share with you.
Hmm?
I know that sometimes I felt a lot worse about my leg in the past. But at some point, I just kind of decided that, well, someone tried to take it from me. And every day I walk, I spite them. You said it yourself, right? Sometimes it's okay to be a little mad to move forward.
Noctua beams again at you, smiles, and nods. You feel like that sentiment certainly got through to her.
She just gives a nice smile back. Hey, I'll be down later tonight, okay?
Okay. See you later.
See you later. Teach heads off, beginning to move up to meet with Arch and enjoy her first big fancy party.
Teach, you wander off. And this is normally the part where I jump to another character, but there's a reason why I want to keep up on Teach for a second.
Ooh. Okay.
You walk through the halls of Pinion Tower and you think back on that situation and you're like, haha, wow, that's heavy. Anyway, onto a party. You start to walk through the halls of Pinion Tower, every individual footfall clacking off of those great marble floors. And you come to a hallway.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like a light is out ahead of you.
Hmm? She kind of peeks around. Oh,
You hear-
out at the Great Pinion Tower.
You hear a grinding sound.
Her tone kind of lowers just a slight bit after that. Kind of stops and moves forward a little bit and just kind of peeks around the corner as she goes.
You look around the corner and you see someone. Resplendent, majestic, standing in front of a broken ice machine.
She kind of stops a bit and looks. Oh.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Teach stops and is like, oh, light's broken in the Great Pinion Tower, huh?
Civ, if you would.
This man notices that there is somebody behind him. He, leaning down at this ice machine at a regular average, even compared to Teach, regular average height is where this ice machine is located. This is much too small for him. He draws up to his full height, a very imposing, not quite Sarissa the Red, but quite close. Noticing there is someone behind him. He slowly turns and looks at Teach. His gaze piercing through you in an odd way. the first emotion that strikes through you is instantly fear.
Oh yeah.
Run. Go. Now. But then his expression changes to one of confusion. A devilishly arched eyebrow shoots up even higher. He looks down at his empty bucket of ice. He clicks his tongue and walks away.
She looks at him and is just like...
As he goes, you hear clacking louder than your own heels made.
She looks and just kind of like releases a sigh for a moment. God, I hate Pinion Tower. Is it up or it's this way?
It's up.
Yeah, she... Why is everyone like that here?
You walk to the party, Teach. Hey, Burn.
Yes.
You round?
Bird time. Yes.
Bird time. Bird time.
Bird time.
Where is it? Where is it? Let me find the track. There we go. In an absolutely resplendent room. Floors above and Pinion Tower. Corvo, you've gathered a few people together.
Wow. Hello there. I apologize for kind of inviting myself. I was just told to be here about 10 minutes ago. So... And I was also told that it would be you three.
Yes. Welcome to the Great RNA Representative. Welcome to, well, the Deltano's humble shindig.
Oh, thank you so much. We're so happy all of you could join us today.
I actually, because I thought it was just going to be you three, have some presents for you.
Oh, my.
Yeah, these are kind of relics from my home country.
Really?
Oh.
Yes. Who wants to go first?
Well, it's the Deltano's party. It only makes sense that they take the first gift.
Oh.
Absolutely. And Corvo will delve into his bag and take out a bottle of wine.
Oh my goodness. Corvo, yes. You are an absolute gentleman. Thank you so much. What? This is lovely. And he takes the bottle very carefully. And there's no shittiness, which is surprising from Jeremiah. He's like genuinely touched by this.
Thank you. I only had 2 left. I would be very careful because that is a cooking wine. You do not want to drink it.
Oh,
it is in fact highly acidic.
Oh. Jeremiah's smile curls even more. I hope you don't mind. I think I know exactly the gal who deserves this, Madame Deltano herself.
Oh.
I'm not sure you're aware, but there's a reason why there was the phrase, the taste of indigo, and it's courtesy of her. She is an excellent chef. Yes, no, this is this is lovely. Thank you very much.
But please do be careful. I once spilled some on my desk and it kind of brought up 3 layers of varnish.
Oh,
Jeremiah, he smiles. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Corvo has handed this man nail polish remover.
Basically, yeah.
Nail polish.
But if you cook it down, it makes a nice sticky sauce that's very, very reminiscent of lemon and cherries. It's really divine.
Ooh. Oh, I like that. I like that a lot. Thank you.
No problem.
Oh my, I hope I get something highly acidic as well.
Jeremiah looks over. Maybe it's the second bottle.
If only I could be so lucky.
Actually, Miss Testudo, I have something very special for you.
Oh.
This is Baroque Root Shavings, and he's going to hand over a little box.
Oh.
Yeah.
She leans in.
are so thin that you can almost see through them. But take one, and you'll start going on a spirit journey. You'll see things. It is very bitter, so you can't really hide the taste, but it is a very interesting experience, I can tell you from experience.
These are... This is just one slight modification away from being an extremely potent poison. I mean,
Just take 2. It'll shut down your liver.
Oh my. What? Normally, I'd have to pay a pretty penny for these.
No, I gathered those myself.
Oh, fascinating.
It is from the roots of a tree that grows like a fungus. It's only found where the moth god died.
Oh, fascinating. She picks it up and gladly takes it. And one of these people runs over and she immediately hands it off. Get that one to the lab. Scoots away immediately.
And you?
Please, I am excited to be wowed by whatever gift you give me. I hope it is dangerous or deadly in some regard. Otherwise, I would feel terribly left out.
Well, that seems to be the trend.
Well, I mean, things are kind of weird on Astoria, but here you go. And he's gonna hand you a little pouch with a big seed inside.
Oh. A seed from my garden?
Yes.
Oh, it is overflowing with good intentions, but also some bad stink. He picks it up and holds it.
It's very much like a corpse lily, but it produces a sap that is kind of like an anesthetic. It attracts a lot of, well, birds, squirrels, flies, and they get trapped in its little center. And it slowly devours them, but the sap is really nice.
Oh, you have a delightful heart, I must say. He takes it graciously and beams at you, looking down at this. Oh, what a fascinating little pet. Around the same time, 2 people finally make it past. Hey, do you got your invitations? I mean, obviously you're the Pietro family, but... William takes this step forward. Yes, of course. He extends 2 invitations to the Deltano party. Well, thank you very much. Enjoy the party. He motions with his head. Currently, Jeremiah is in the middle of a meeting right now, so I would prefer it if you did not bother him, but you are free to wander otherwise.
Of course, I wouldn't dream of it. Bothering the Deltano family.
You say, looking across the room, and like almost behind you, you feel somebody bump into you, Beretta. Someone large, large I say, resplendent, a large presence, an overwhelmingly huge aura spreading throughout the room, and on the far side of the room, Kazuya actually seems to see them. Oh, I apologize, my date for the party has arrived, be right back. He scoots away, burns a path past you, and the 2 actually vanish out into the hallway. And you 3 up here are left to yourselves. Well, such delightful gifts. Please tell me if you're ever feeling sick or ill. We always aim to provide, but at the same time, we can, perhaps I can renew that vow with you right now.
Sure.
If you're feeling fatigued or have any, she says, looking at your eyes.
Fatigue is life.
It doesn't have to be with proper nutrition. which I'm certain the Deltanos could help you with.
Of course, and I was just going to say, if by chance you've got a shindig planned of your own, give me a call. I'd love to support it.
I wish I could. I am just so busy.
Well, that's why you should probably make some time for yourself and let the Deltanos take care of it. Or, you know what? Better yet, Jeremiah reaches into his jacket and pulls out a card and hands it to him. This is one of the Deltano Dino Delicacy cards. You just go to any shop that happens to be run by us, free mail on us. Don't worry about it.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
Treat yourself.
And as you get that card, Corvo, your phone goes off.
He's gonna pick it up, listen to a blaring voice.
This guy on the other end is yelling, "Yeah, sorry, hey boss, some guy named Genjiro is messing with the sale. We need you down here now."
Understood. I will be right there. He's gonna hang up and go, "I apologize. I must go."
Of course, it sounds like you RNA boys put in so much work preserving the sale. It's so convenient.
Yes. I hope you have a great time.
Well, I'll be honest, we won't have nearly as much fun without you, so.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Really, I really do must go.
Yeah.
Morellis takes a step back. That boy is going to die at age 34.
Wow, very generous estimate.
Morellis.
36!
Wow, beating the odds, kiddo.
Yeah, wow!
You're all children to me.
He looks over at her and is like, "Dirt is a child to you."
Oh, you flatter me.
Oh, you're a delight, you know that.
You are as well. The two begin to converse peaceably in the back.
God, they're.
I love them, Civ. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Civ.
No!
Yeah. I'm zoom the camera in.
It is time. So, at the door, next, arrive a few resplendent guests. First, the head of the family.
Oh,
Him.
Jean Mirage Iris casts this overwhelming aura throughout the room. This power that seems to honestly immediately fade away as you look upon his expression.
Chantilly, Prismane, please do come in.
Next up comes the daughter.
You're not supposed to smoke in here.
He kind of like coughs at him. I suppose you're right. He takes yours. Excuse me, sir. Do you have an ashtray anywhere?
Yes, of course. He turns around, pulls out an ashtray, holds it out, and like actually bows a little bit, like making sure that you can snuff it out in the ashtray.
Relax, man. He takes that cigar, puts it out in the ashtray. Thank you.
Of course. Do you guys have your? It's a formality to ask, but do you have your invitations? Someone next comes in through the door, and a rather imposing figure, but one that almost seems to try to blend itself quietly into the background. Like if Prismane is looking at some sort of stained glass chapel, beautiful, ornate, this man has the appearance of looking through a clear flowing stream, the light refracting off of the surface. He takes a few calm steps forward. Father, of course, with me. He takes another step forward and hands over the invitations. I believe they got a little confused, actually. I think we only, unfortunately, have two.
he kind of grunts a little and thinks to himself, "Oh my, did I forget again?" No, it's okay, Chantilly. He takes 2 tickets, goes up to this man, goes, "Listen, I only have 2 tickets currently. Could you please do me a favor? Give my 2 children seats at the table. I'll just take a seat in the corner instead."
He looks up. That wouldn't be fitting of the. We can get you a spot at the table. I'm sure.
No, it's all right. I'm fine with it. Chantilly, Prismaine, are you fine with sitting at the table without me?
Prismaine looks at you. Yes, of course, Father. I suppose we could represent you at the table. Chantilly, are you okay with this?
I did not really expect to do that today. Couldn't we just have somebody go home and get it for you? Wouldn't you have just left it on your table or something?
Thinks to himself, I don't know how long that would take, unfortunately. If it really does stress you out, he thinks to himself, how about this? Chantilly, are you okay with sitting in the corner, or...
Prismaine takes a step forward. Please, Chantilly deserves a spot at the table. She has frankly put far more efforts into her party preparations than I have. He dusts down the same old coat he always wears. If anyone should be there, it is the 2 most radiant members of our family. I will sit and I will watch.
Very well, Prismaine, is that okay with you? He looks at the blue-suited man.
Yeah, the blue-suited man nods along. I'm sorry, for what it's worth, I don't think going back to get a ticket would help things. I'm pretty sure we only issued your family 2 of them. It's fine, mistakes happen. Let's come into the party. Come on.
It's
Father
okay.
Chantilly.
I won't let you get dusty in the corner. I will bring you drinks.
Thank you very much, my true savior. He bows. You fully enter the party, and someone from behind you kind of bumps into you and loudly announces to the room as if to someone in particular, but mostly it just lands on everyone's ears. And my date has decided to do something else.
What did he say? Oh my god.
Kazuya wanders in after striking out with the same fucking expression that he has on his pog.
Swing and a miss, they say.
Swing and a miss!
Oh, there's already so many people here.
Indeed, we're actually pretty close to starting time. I suppose most people were early.
To think that the Deltano party would be this populous. We must say hi.
Yes. They stroll on up.
Yep. They wind up clearing the floor pretty quick. Chantilly, do you follow behind or sort of let them?
Yeah, no, she basically when she entered, she was basically clinging to her papa's back like a little baby duck. It was when she saw Beretta and was gonna, and then went.
Beretta notices this going through her mind and kind of almost waves and then doesn't wave.
The Iris family closes the distance and finally walks up to, well, some of the Mafia heads. Oh, look at you 3. I honestly, you've really turned out tonight. I was expecting just Don Mirage at the very most, she says, looking over.
And as per usual, stunning. Look at you folks, you look delightful.
You're marvelous. You always stand out in the crowd.
Curtsy in the back.
Prismaine bows.
Thank you, Jeremiah, Morales. Shamaraj kind of like slicks his hair back for a second. Yes, once again, thank you for inviting us, I suppose. I must say I'm quite impressed with the turnout you've managed to gather here.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for joining us today. We're also very pleased with this turnout. We've been doing this more often, and tonight we're focusing on Hull Street. Next week we'll be going with another one. So you're welcome to come on back for more free food, because, I mean, come on, I love having you guys here.
Kind of lets out like a hearty chuckle. I may do that. Thanks. By the way, where is Miss Deltano at?
Madame Deltano is getting ready. She'll be here very soon. Don't you worry.
Yes. He kind of looks around again. Wonder where Sarai has been. I was expecting him early.
That's a good point. Jeremiah looks around. At one point, he locks on to Beretta, has the shittiest smirk, and then goes back to looking around.
We would be delighted to come back next week. Perhaps I could act as a representative for the family, Father. If you are otherwise uninterested, tired, or busy, I could perhaps. He watches Chantilly wandering off. Speak on the Iris family's behalf. I will be right back.
Okay.
He kind of wanders over. Meanwhile, these three. Yes, of course, and the preparations for later are more or less complete.
Very good. I'm assuming that Miss Pietro has already arrived. I actually don't know what she looks like.
She has, I assure you.
Yeah, she's here.
Very good.
With that, someone else comes in through the door.
Aw.
No.
She looks great.
You two walk in arm in arm. And, you enter the room.
Oh my goodness, this is very nice.
Hey, sorry, don't recognize you guys. Arch's eyes narrow for a second. Could I see your invitations, please? Arch hands over both of them. Here you go. Okay, thanks. He looks down at it. You're from Curios and Curiosities, huh? Okay. Arch, looks over at Teach and kind of cocks an eyebrow. Thank you for coming with me, by the way. I'd feel out of sorts in a party like this.
No problem. I'd be out of sorts with you, too. But I've got a few tricks, I guess. I've been to bins before, just never been as a, party member.
It feels like everybody's staring. Come on.
It is. They are. But...
She sees... Arch actually sees Beretta, grabs you by the hand, and drags you over.
Oh. Teach, stumbles over. Oh my goodness. Look at you.
Hey, sorry, I saw familiar faces. This is mortifying in its own way. Do I look good, though?
It's probably the right move.
Teach kind of goes over. Not only do you look great, but everyone sees it, and they also just saw you walk up and engage conversation casually with the Pietros, so I'm sure that'll do you some good points.
Ha! Yeah, we're pretty impressive!
Yeah, honestly, things like this, that's half the battle.
Okay, so long as we're doing good on that front. Arch looks down. She's visibly very nervous.
Mm-hmm. Dang. Teach just kind of moves over to the side and kind of just assumes a nice spot here as well. I don't know if I'm cutting this Randy out of the conversation.
You're cutting this Randy out of the conversation. It's fine. We're done. Oh, okay.
She steps on over and is just like, yeah, I didn't know this is some big business thing, but I'm sure you're gonna do fine. I mean, you're already doing great.
It's a bit richer and classier than I expected. This is a small business meeting. I decided to dress up on a whim. I hope everyone else at least got the memo.
Well, if it means anything to you, at least you look the part.
You do.
Arch kind of nods at that, approvingly. And at the mention of got the memo, two other business owners from Hull Street walk in who have not dressed up even remotely.
Oh, boys.
Your tickets?
Good.
Are,
Oh
are you
yeah,
on-
hang on.
Are
He
you on
just
the
like
right
pulls out
spot?
2 tickets and puts them forward. I'm really glad we got food before we came here.
Yeah, no, this. I don't know how good this place looks. The guy's like, what the fuck?
You gotta look. What, you're not taking my tickets?
Yeah, I'll take both. Is this both of your
Thanks.
tickets?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure, why not? I got 2 tickets too. We decided to go with each other though because we're lonely bastards.
Oh man.
Let's go get seats.
He pats Song on the back and walks up.
Song pats you on the back.
Beretta kind of leans over the arch and says,
Everyone starts rubbing their eyes.
Song notices his Teach holds her hand up and waves very brightly at him.
Oh, hey, Teach, how's it going?
Let's go.
Oh, yeah, no, you were. Oh man,
It's going wonderful.
Yeah, I was actually gonna ask you to this thing, but then yeah, you got a date already. But
Oh,
like,
thank
no, this
you.
is cool. Wow, you look great.
Thank you so much.
You look way the
Yeah.
hell better than everybody else here.
Okay, now you gotta stop.
Song says loudly, these people give him a look. He does not give a shit.
She kind of steps up. Oh my god, I'm so glad I get to catch up though. Like, this familiar faces keep swarming in. I love it. It's a little hostile takeover.
Oh, nice. I'm honestly just here to see what the best food the Deltanos can cook up is, because
Honestly, I'm here with a wonderful person, but I'm also a bit curious myself. I don't have any business to push, I guess. Well, she thinks, yeah, I don't know.
Hell yeah, let's hit the buffet then.
Absolutely. She kind of stops. Arch,
yeah.
I imagine that you'd probably want to look up appearances, talk around. Do you want me to grab a truckload of food for you?
That sounds delightful. Please get as much as
Excellent.
possible.
Absolutely. May you take my arm, Song? May we walk to the buffet?
Yeah, of course, so long as you're cool with the third tagging along. Yo, Jaba!
All right.
We're hitting the buffet.
Cool, I'll be there in a second.
He takes your arm and you walk over to the buffet. Everyone is looking at you.
Hell
"The woman in her element."
I
Oh,
am
yeah.
constantly impressed by her. Arch says, looking over at Beretta. Yeah, I mean, I don't really know why we're here too much. I think leans in. I think my daughter's got something big planned. Arch perks up. Oh, okay. Well, I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll need it.
And then at the door, Teach, you stop, you see Kazuya, and then something else happens near the door.
Oh yeah?
Another presence enters the room. Someone you were expecting, but kind of a little surprising to see who they're with. Jaba finally finishes his discussion with the ticket taker, moves on with his life, and these two come wandering in.
Real quick, I don't control of his legs in this.
I'll give you legs.
Leggies.
Can be edited and controlled by camera. Okay.
There we go.
You got legs? Okay.
Yes.
These two enter the room, actually like walking arm in arm, and they cast a strange presence around the room. Everyone sort of stops and looks at them. Neither is dressed up particularly grandly, but they're almost so unusual. Everyone seems to stop and just appreciate him for a moment. Morales' expression is... The mask makes it unreadable. It is an additional layer of unreadable to you, Teach.
Yeah.
What's up? You stopped.
I just saw one of my old friends walk through the door, and I have not talked to them in at least... Well, we talked a few days ago, but, I mean, beyond that, very briefly, for 2 years.
You wanna go do that? I'll go grab food. Like I'll get enough for you.
Oh,
your
no,
date,
I want to introduce
me.
you. I want to
Oh.
introduce you. She's a good friend of mine. Like, really.
Sure.
Like, come on,
Okay. Cool.
let's go.
Cool. Yeah. Turn around
Walk
and go
with
back in this
Song and-
direction.
Yeah, walk with Song and walk on over to meet them. She's gonna stand a bit to the side and wait for them to put in their invitations, and then
Yeah,
they
they take a second. It's a little awkward. They're this man turns and looks at Kumo. You got your invitation? I don't recognize you. Who are you?
No, he reaches into his pocket to pull out the tickets as he explains. My name is Kumo VLA. I run the VLA Shipping Co. out from the docks. I mostly import goods from Lancia.
Oh, okay. Well, welcome to the party. I hope you have a good time. He takes it and, like, sort of looks at you. The last this man heard, Illyria Testudo had eloped with a clown. This man in front of him does not appear to be a clown. He just shakes his head and lets them pass. They take a step in. I'm sorry about them. They'll give you shit because you're here with me, and they give me shit because of, you know.
That's fine, I suppose, as long as it's not constant.
Illyria turns around and sees Teach. Oh my god, Teach, hey!
Hey, she goes up. Okay, I'm gonna get that second hug now, but this time, she moves up and just gives Illyria a hug. Thank you so much, by the way.
Yeah, your friend down in the clinic she's got a storied history.
She does. We actually talked a little bit. Thank you so much for helping her.
Yeah, we'll keep that under wraps.
Oh yeah, absolutely. She kind of stops. I'm happy to see you again.
I'm really happy to see you too.
She kind of like, I want to introduce you to someone.
Yeah.
She gestures over. This is my friend Song. He works at the university with me.
Hey, oh, you're Illyria. Okay. Yeah, no, man. Teacher was talking about you years ago. Oh, you're like, man, you're one of her favorite students, actually. Illyria, Illyria looks down. Well, Teach cares a lot about all of her students. I'm fortunate enough to call Teach one of my friends.
That's right.
Song goes, far out. Hell yeah.
This man right here kind of like again, just kind of nudges him, is responsible for my continued sanity. So,
just take over your classes sometimes when you're too damn busy. That's it.
Absolutely.
Well, that's enough, honestly. I've been looking forward to meeting you. All of your letters have been delightful. Do you want to, let's move over. Let's sit down. Let's chat.
Yeah, let's absolutely. I need to get a little caught up. I want to know how things were going out there at the big wild world.
Oh, yes, of course. Also, this is Kumo. She motions over to Kumo.
She steps on over to the side.
He's been, kind of, passively just kind of watching your conversation for a bit. Hello. He, extends a hand to, shake. You notice his right hand, which is a little weird, his right hand has a glove on it, his left hand does not.
Okay. Tachibana. She goes up and shakes his hand and it's a pleasure to meet you, Kumo.
Yes, I believe we met on Veils, actually.
Yes, but I didn't really get to talk too much then. I'm surprised though, you actually remembered. You must have a ton of people coming in all day.
Yes, it's kind of hard to forget people who come in with Gata. He kind of looks over your shoulder at Arch over there.
No.
She's absolutely unforgettable.
Illyria looks down. Yeah, I met Kumo during my travels. Beatrice actually took a shine almost immediately.
Oh, that's good.
Yes. He kind of looks around a little. How about we get somewhere to seat while we continue this conversation, not to block the entrance?
No,
yes, of course. You say as you block the entrance from another man with a positively gigantic presence.
Oh no.
He walks into the room and you see Arch freeze.
Is everything okay?
She starts to hide behind you, but it's too late. Arch has been spotted.
Yeah, this man, walks into the area, goes, and he's, about to go up and give a ticket, glances over, he kind of misses Teach, and he sees Arch, goes, Miss Arch!
Arch's tail and ears stick straight up. This man's like, but your ticket though. She's hiding behind Beretta.
Miss Arch, what brings you to this Deltano party?
I'm boss. Hi. She mumbles. This is my boss from the casino.
Oh, it's him.
she's like fidgeting. Arch does not deal well with this man's presence. Well, it's because of my business on the far side of town. Like, I got invited here because of that. I've been practicing. I've been practicing a lot lately. It's been going good. Practicing the puns. People love them.
She was actually invited because her business is such a big business, doing so well.
Interesting. Miss Arch, I was not aware that you had a business up on Hull Street.
That she does!
Really?
Recoils back in the other direction.
Hello, I don't believe we've met. He extends hand. Sarai Scarlatti.
William Pietro, a pleasure to meet you.
Pleasure is mine.
Your employee has been a great help to my daughter. She has, right? Turns around and confirms with Beretta.
Beretta nods.
Yeah, no, she's been great. Give her a raise. Give her 2 raises. Give her 3 raises. Arch's like, what is happening?
We won't settle for anything less than 4 or 5 raises.
That's my girl! He pats you on the head!
I'm positively ecstatic to hear that my excellent employee has been such a great help. She's the star of our show, you know. You know, it's surprisingly hard in this city to get people who are, like, naturally cat-like. It's very difficult. And her pun game, oh, it's just so good. Arch! Hit us with one of your legendary puns.
She stops. She thinks she's gonna roll the die really quick.
Jeremiah looks over. Son of a bitch, I told them to keep them apart. They failed immediately.
Arch locks in red. Swallows her pride for a moment. Okay, welcome to the Cat King Casino. I hope your stay is meowvelous. Arch full body cringes and there is a silence in the room.
Over right here, Sarai perfectly silently looks over William. See, I told you, hilarious.
That was unbelievably funny, actually.
Correct.
I would have effect, but I actually like the swerve.
There is no laughter. Ha! Then it comes.
Very good. He looks around the room real quick. Looks around a bit. Continues to scan. Eyes meet up here. Top right. Goes, ah, Fade! He fucking bounces over. Hello! Excuse me.
Ah, crap. Okay, yeah.
Sarai, good to see you again. I had a lovely time at Vale's.
Yes, it was quite fun indeed. He goes in and gives Fade a big ol' hug.
Fade attempts to return it as much as he can, but clearly he's just getting crushed by the towering lion man.
This man behind him sees the situation evolving, just pulls out a cigarette, walks outside, and starts smoking. Third wheeled instantly. Awesome. Fade, you hug Sarai and you peek around actually, and you notice that Teach is actually mostly isolated for the first time in this party.
She immediately moved off to the side to talk to Jaba and get away from Sarai because she was worried the same thing would happen to her. To my degree.
Jaba's at you for a bit.
Yeah, no, that's fine. She's very bad at hiding behind him because she's taller than him.
Fade sees Teach off by herself and actually takes advantage and tries to go talk to her since he didn't really get a chance to before.
Excellent.
Sarai, if you would like to come with me, I need to go talk to a certain Martha Teach. Actually, I think she's one of your employees.
Martha Teach, you say?
Let's go say hi to her.
Of course.
She cringes from across the room.
Didn't even know 2 of my employees were here. goes over, completely ignores the fact that there's there's this guy, and on the other side there's fucking this guy.
It's just repeated social espionage.
He kind of like barrels through like a fucking hurricane whenever he sees somebody he wants to interact with. Miss Teach!
She has to stop at this exact point, and she turns around and is like, well, it's a pleasure to see you here, mister. It's a pleasure to see you here.
Miss Teach, what are you doing here? I did not. Do you too have a shop on Whole Street?
No, I'm accompanying Arch.
Arch, you say? My, I did not know that you two were a thing.
Well, you can say that, I guess. It's public knowledge now.
Excellent, great work, you two. He yells over to Arch. Miss Arch, congratulations!
She's 5 feet this way and startles again. She, Jaba, and Song are all eating food on the table.
Fade turns around and looks at Arch, and his expression lights up. You didn't tell me she worked for you, Sarai!
Well,
she's the pizza juice girl!
I'm
kind of fanboys out for her.
I mean, yeah, I modeled for a little bit. she like looks away.
I'm sorry, Fade, but I do believe in employee privacy.
No, I understand. I would keep her a secret too. Can I get your autograph, miss? He fumbles around in his bag for a piece of paper.
Arch puffs up. Yes, of course. It's been a few years since I've modeled, but absolutely. She signs you a big autograph in her fucking fancy clothes. Teach, you watch that Arch is getting the experience of like being someone rich and or famous and is flourishing.
Excellent. Cool. This is turned around and she's happy Sarai decided to yell.
Are you, Martha, it is great to see you again, by the way.
It is. Excellent. I'm glad to see you here. And she kind of turns over. Do you know Sarai then?
We're your great friends.
Indeed. Me and Fade have known each other for, thinks to herself, 1.5 years now.
Oh, okay. She's like, I'm glad your friendship has flourished so quickly.
He thinks to himself, looks over, and as if to just immediately be distracted again, he sees the Mafia heads, goes, Jeremiah, Muralis, John Mirage!
Oh, hey, buddy!
Excuse me.
Okay. She just, Teach, almost she was hit by a truck, just kind of jumps off this way and just kind of sits down next to Arch.
Come on, sit down, the food's awesome.
Oh, excellent.
You sit down. Let's focus on the Mafia heads.
Yeah.
Jeremiah, bring it in! Sarai went out for another big ol' hug.
Oh, of course, I'm still holding a bottle of acid!
I'm so glad I passed off those shavings.
He gets pulled into the thing, too. Jean Mirage, having known Sarai for years, knows to always stand at Sarai's back to avoid these things. He releases his iron grip. Jeremiah, I must say, excellent party. Excellent work.
Happy to have you here. That's right.
And I'm glad to be here.
I should hire you as a chiropractor.
He's real clever. He
kill all of the old people here.
It's he puts a finger in his ear to try and clear it out. It's so good to have you here. I didn't even see you come in. I heard you.
Oh, Jeremiah, your ears are sharp as always.
Well, I make it very important for me to keep my ears close to the ground, make sure I know what's going on in this town. And I see you've brought Fade. Howdy, buddy. How you been?
Oh, I've been doing lovely, Jeremiah. He walks up to him to kind of the fake, kiss on each cheek thing.
Oh, Jeremiah happily does the kiss on the cheek thing back. Good to see you, kiddo. And thanks.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
My apologies. Just wanted to say thank you again for everything you've done for us recently. We really appreciate it.
Of course, we have to stick together, you know.
It's very important. Looks at the people around him. It's very important.
Morales, lovely to see you again. He sort of bows to her.
A delight, as always.
Yes, of course. And Jean Mirage, he shakes his hand. Pleasure as always.
Jean Mirage, like, they have to, like, reach around Sarai, who is, like, standing smack fucking dab in the middle of the two of them. Yes, it is good to see you, Fade. The shake is very brief.
Yeah, no, with that handshake of the two over there. I don't think Father actually likes the Warhol family very much.
I don't think I can remember in recent memory having seen him interact with the bright blue-haired one.
Normally, he shakes for about 3 seconds. That was about 1. He, Prismane, like, turns around and almost, like, puts his back to the wall. So, what do you think of the party so far? And the guests are actually rather colorful.
Yeah, it's pretty loud. Kind of glad I came out here to look at the flowers before everything happened. I'm a little nervous. I don't know, what exactly Father wants me to do. If he's going to be sitting in his chair. I mean, I don't know.
He's probably delighted to bring you along to begin with. When he heard your interest in coming to this party, his entire face lit up. It felt like I watched him grow another degree brighter. So I think him having you here is enough, sister.
Okay.
Prismane almost thinks about that for a second. If things get too loud, I don't despise these things, but would you be interested in going for a walk with me later?
Yes, as long as we let Father know that we are going and we don't just disappear out of nowhere.
He nods along at that. Excellent. I wish you well for the rest of the party. I have a corner to get to. Prismane strides out, and you notice that, like, despite this, like, this tight greening over here, he actually just blends right into the background. Nobody says hi, nobody waves. He just walks on past. And, takes his fucking seat behind one of these pillars.
Why the hell did we put a chair behind a pillar? Someone's getting fired.
At least put him next to the fountain so he can drink out of it like a horse.
I do not know what that is.
You do that in my fairy tales.
There we go. Someone.
As soon as he leaves, Bijou on the other side of the balcony.
Okay, we'll figure it out. It's gonna be okay.
My brain's just like mirroring that sentiment at the door.
Yeah, mirroring that sentiment at the door. Mallow's ticket is collected and she kind of shuffles in. Hey, everyone. Sits down. That's it. That's all you get.
Funny.
Illyria up here. You see Mallow sit down, but you're actually engaged in conversation with Illyria.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about when I decided to take just a year-long trip away from the city. I figured I had a lot to see out in the world. Orchestra Beatrice and I sort of did absolutely everything we could to help folks. Learned a lot of useful alchemy on the way. Now we're back.
Oh, that's great. Oh,
wow, you literally eloped with a clown. The rumors were not exaggerated. Illyria says.
Not just any clown. I will vouch for that clown any day.
That's a special clown. You time sort of passes by, and you all eventually do settle down for the party. I'm gonna take us to BRB really quick, take a drink, etc. Afterwards, Will, it's your time to shine.
Yee.
I take a hefty drink of water.
Yeah, I bet.
I love your fucking voices for these characters, by the way, J-Man. You're doing great.
I love so much. So much.
I like all.
J-Man's my dad!
J-Man's your dad. I love all the shit you guys are saying as the Irish family. I hate it.
Yeah.
This hurts me.
Also, Sif, I'm sorry. I tried so hard to combine his voice with an accent. I couldn't. It was impossible.
It's really hard.
Let me set up people around the table. So yeah, during this BRB, if everybody could just chill, talk to the stream, discuss, talk amongst yourselves. I've got to make sure that everyone has a slot.
Here, actually, I'll be right back super duper quick.
Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, I know, every time I try to do like a rough voiced accent, it becomes Russian. Every time. Doesn't matter what I start at.
No,
it just goes that way.
To be fair, their accents are ridiculous anyway, so...
I love them.
I'm doing my fucking best.
You're doing a great job. Everyone's doing a great job.
Thank you. I've never done an accent before, so this is my first shot. Please appreciate Prismane. I love him.
It sounds like he has a very slight accent.
Yeah.
He's been speaking the language for years.
Let me see. Put this one there. This one here. We're making sure every slot at the table's filled, and that Prismane is in his corner.
Man, we've got one head of the table is probably going to be important. The other end is Hell Table, Hell End. Boost.
Can we hold on? I need to put the head of the table as that. Yeah, that's okay. This is looking good. I like it that some of Fate's grunts are still here.
Yeah.
They fit in great. They fit in as well as you with your crop top.
I'm glad somehow no one has commented that Fate is still wearing his crop top.
Listen, man, anybody who has the gall to talk about what he's wearing, they don't know who they're talking to.
Yeah.
True.
Perish.
I'm an adult. I can dress myself.
I'm genuinely enjoying the shitty rich person party vibes a lot. Yeah, it's great. I'm digging it. Okay.
Jeremiah's
Jaba and Song walking in like, oh, Sun and Song. There you go.
Steve's secret is that Jeremiah has to use that wine to protect himself in dangerous situations, like a pocket sand of sorts.
I like how you even could fathom that Jeremiah could defend himself.
Yeah. With that wine, he can.
No.
My Achilles heel is getting punched in the face by someone who really hates me.
Oh, I met people like you.
Anybody.
Yeah. I met folks like you. You're gonna kick my ass. I'm gonna cry. Bring it.
I want to cry. I want to weep. Come at me.
Bad stack of shit.
Imagining Jeremiah getting punched in the face, hitting the ground, start fucking crying, going, Delilah!
Delilah rolls in with a fucking shotgun.
You don't hurt Jeremiah when Delilah's about.
You do not crack this egg.
Don't crack the egg.
Don't crack the egg.
Okay.
Or you will anger the mother of pearl.
Holy shit.
That's very funny.
That's very, very funny.
You should work at the casino.
No! I'm not a cat!
It's been sealed.
You get some you just foam cat ears and stick them over your horns.
Okay. Everybody's here. So with that, I'm going to actually let's just continue right on. So, nice. Will, I'm gonna leave the following narration bit just to you, and I'll reveal as is needed.
Sure.
So here's what we're gonna do. Let me find a theme for this. Where the fuck are you? There we go. Okay. So, a ring goes out through the hall, and Jeremiah calls you all to attention. Oh, I love your theme, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah takes on the acidic wine glass a few times, the wine bottle. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be the first to once again say thank you so much for joining us here. It's so nice to see such a grand turnout, and gosh, so many wonderful folks. But of course, more importantly, you're probably wondering, where the hell is Madame Deltano? Well, she's been busy making sure that the taste of Indigo, he gestures to the table and all of the food, has been top notch, directly from her. And if you'd all be so kind as to give her attention to Madame Delilah Daffodil Deltano.
With that, you notice her standing atop that sort of balcony way. You don't know when she got in the room, but she sure is here now.
Delilah steps forward and with a wine glass in her hand, she takes a small bow and lowers her fan. Good evening, Hull Street. Thank y'all for coming to this gathering, but more importantly, thank you for being a part of what makes Indigo so special. We Deltanos appreciate everything the small businesses in this wonderful city provide and want to make sure you know that. Of course, being a smaller business means that some struggles can be quite imposing and unique to each of you. Admittedly, I do not fully understand them all and the intricacies involved. I used a different word. Everyone kind of chuckles.
Yeah.
Which is precisely why we hold these gatherings for each street of this town we love, so that we can meet and learn from one another, and even better, understand how to help each other. Just from Hull Street alone, Indigo is kept well informed thanks to the investigative work, lovely articles, and timely deliveries of the paper, courtesy of the Grapevine. Swords and songs, I know I will be visiting very soon to get a gift for the most important person in my life, because I know your quality will not only meet my standards, but exceed them.
Oh, hell yeah!
Jeremiah gives a death glare, but Delilah smiles. And of course, the mysterious and always changing curios and curiosities that I would love to venture towards again, just to be dazzled by its exhilarating, well, curiosities. These are just a few of the wonderful locations that make Indigo shine, and for that, I thank all of you for your hard work. So tonight, as we enjoy the taste of Indigo, I hope we have the chance to not only make business partners, but wonderful friends. We are in this together, no matter how big or small we are. This isn't my city. This isn't your city. This is our city. So come on, y'all. Let's make Indigo sparkle. And she raises her glass.
The entire table erupts in a loud line of applause.
Oh my God, it's beautiful.
Yes, absolutely delightful. Up and down the table, people start to converse. Well, Beretta, that's the person we're going to be negotiating with tonight. Are you ready? Are you prepared?
I'm actually very excited.
I can feel that smile in your heart. Best keep it in mind. Delilah proceeds to wander down and actually join the table. The dinner goes off actually without a hitch. Lots of pleasant conversation between these people who are getting to know each other. Given a little bit of time, everyone actually starts to disperse a little bit. I'm gonna pull you apart really quick. And put you down in different spots. What I'm gonna do actually, hey, J-Man,
What's up?
put us to BRB for the stream. Everyone in game, yes, of course. Drag your characters to different locations in the room, and we will rearrange as such. Beretta, Kazuya, you're together. You're a team. You're over here. those ones are already set. But yeah, put yourselves in different spots. Let's rearrange let's fucking scramble the room. These two.
Yeah.
I love this theme so much. Also, Will, killer speech.
Yeah,
I should have used a different word than intricacies.
That added charm to it. Okay. I think you two are chilling out here. Let's have a good old scheme corner over here. Then you two up there. Okay, so let's immediately get to it then. Bring us back from BRB.
We are.
Excellent. Over here. Kazuya actually just grabs Bretta's shoulder. You ready?
Oh, we're going to do it right now.
Of course, no time like the present.
Fucker.
Getting ready to let my food digest a little bit. It was very good, but
Tell
just
her
ready
that.
Oh, she's up for flattery like that? I mean, who isn't?
It's not flattery, it's the truth. And the Deltanos prize the truth. Kazuya wanders up. Delilah, it's so delightful to see you again.
She smirks, but you can tell it's a smirk of like, yes, I've heard that before. Very clever.
I've said it before.
She fans herself a few times. Kazuya, thank you so much for coming. You look positively dashing.
Oh, thank you. You as well look as radiant as you do every single day. He takes a step forward. They do the bullshit kiss on each. Or no. This is Yoshiharu no Kazuya, and this is Delilah Deltano. He stands back and then gives a respectful bow.
And she gives a little curtsy back.
Yeah.
And then you watch with the fan covering her mouth, her eyes just slowly pan over to you, and you can feel something creeping across her face into a smirk. Beretta Pietro.
Madame Deltano, it's a pleasure to be seeing you again.
We actually didn't get a chance to meet the last time you were at the Pearly Gates.
I suppose we didn't. Well, allow me to rectify this and officially introduce myself.
That would be lovely, dear. I've been very excited to finally speak with you. And she lowers her fan and reaches out a hand.
She reaches a hand back and shakes.
Very nice to meet you. She tilts her head a bit. Are you all right, dear?
Me? Beretta's actually weirdly calm for the situation. She, as much as she's been dreading this for the past couple of weeks, she got a good night's sleep last night, and she's been oddly ready for it. When she's been busy getting the Stampede Trading Company up and running this week, and she hasn't exactly gotten to do everything she's wanted to do, but she's weirdly at peace in this moment.
You hear those words, and they're kind of the last ones you expect. Are you all right, dear? Question mark. Not Beretta Pietro, why'd you mess up my funeral home? Not Beretta Pietro, why did you do X, Y, or Z? It's a genuine cause for compassion? It almost throws you for a second, but no, the question hits you truly. How are you doing, Beretta?
I'm good. Better than I've been in a long time.
There is a soft smile that goes on her face. Well, that's lovely to hear. I understand that an event like this can be somewhat stressful, and I realize I imagine for a young lady such as yourself that things have been wild in this town as of recently.
They sure have, but I am more used to my mother taking the head of these situations, but it is good practice for me to go out with my father on a day like this. The party's been lovely and the food has been exquisite. I don't consider myself much of a professional judge or anything, but I have been cutting carrots a lot lately, and I can tell those were some finely cut carrots.
Delilah puts a hand on her chest, and she's a little caught off guard by that statement, but she actually has a very soft giggle. Well, if you ever need a little teaching when it comes to cooking. I would love to sometime.
Huh. Well, thank you for the offer. I definitely would love to take you up on that.
Mm-hmm.
I foresaw this conversation going 1,000 different ways, and this was the one I didn't see.
Kazuya's smile relaxes a lot, and he actually just leans up against this pillar and just watches you two almost with a contented expression.
When Beretta mentions that she thought this conversation would go differently, she actually frowns again. Oh, I see. Reputation still holds even with the younger generation that Deltanos are not to be trusted. That is unfortunate. Well, I will continue to work hard to amend those beliefs. But I would be lying, which Deltano does not, if I said I wasn't a bit disappointed to hear that. So hopefully I can amend that.
Well, to your point, we didn't meet at the Pearly Gates, and so far as our first meeting, you've done nothing but impress.
She smiles. Well, thank you. And right back at you, dear. She looks over at Kazuya. You've been awfully quiet, which is a surprising change of pace.
he gets a shitty fox-like grin and kind of leans in. Well, I suppose I was just treasuring the moment for a second, but we do have business to discuss.
Oh, really? And she turns back.
It's something I believe that It's something that I believe Miss Pietro here has been actually quite dreading. The concept of her opening up her own trading company. He looks back at you. Reputation, you said, does tend to precede the Deltano family. The assumption is, in order to even think about selling food or supplies in this city, one first must acquire the Deltano family's blessing, lest they disrupt that monopoly.
Delilah rolls her eyes. Oh, heavens, no. That's ridiculous. She looks at Bretta. I think that's wonderful. Do you have a name for your business? Have you set up shop somewhere? Well, I suppose if you're here for the whole street meeting, it must be there, right?
Beretta is legitimately taken aback. Because somewhere in her heart, she wanted Delilah to be as awful and just miserable as Jeremiah.
Wrong!
And she is shocked to find that
too, also, once you get to know him. Because he adds.
Yes, actually, it's called the Stampede Trading Company. I've opened it with a couple of partners, and honestly, I think it's going to be good for the city. And that's why I started it.
I couldn't agree more. I understand where the notion comes from that we might be concerned with our monopoly, but I prefer a little competition because, well, the Deltanos haven't really had it for, oh my God, a long time. But the nice thing from it is it encourages us to innovate. If we have a monopoly for too long, we become lax. And I'd like to think we have not. We are constantly trying to improve how we serve the city. But now that I know there's someone I gotta watch out for, and she just kind of like gives you a little bat on the shoulder, I'll have to come up with some very innovative ideas. And actually, I've already gotten a couple. It involves trains. There's a new business going on there, seeing as well. They don't have the same jobs anymore.
Oh, that's very interesting. Honestly, you mentioned the reputation. Where exactly does that come from?
Well, let's just say my parents weren't exactly kind folks. And I realize that I may not be a saint, but I'd like to think I'm doing better.
Well, I think that the best we can all hope to do is to improve on the world that our parents left us.
She has a very large smile.
Aw.
Precisely. I can't fix everything right now, but at least I can set it up for the next generation. And she looks at you, and I'm very optimistic in that, which makes me think, no offense, but I doubt you have exactly a lot of experience when it comes to starting up a trading company, yes?
You would be correct in that assumption.
Well, if you'd like, and I hate to impose, but I'm willing to offer the help anyways, I have plenty of very well experienced runners in this business. I'd be more than happy to send a few over your way for a couple of weeks to kind of show you the routes, the schedules, kind of get an understanding of what sort of equipment you need. And besides, you're going to need an accountant as well, because you need to keep track of who's buying. That's getting into all the busy
Floating around Beretta's head. Yes, that would actually be delightful. Honestly, I can't think of what to do to repay you for your kindness.
I think there is something that you could do for me.
And what's that?
Please do something for yourself. I can tell just looking at you, and because of what you were up to at my pearly gates, you continuously believe that you need to do something for everyone else, and you're like peeling yourself away like a potato.
It's that obvious, isn't it?
It's incredibly obvious, dear. It's the reason I asked if you were all right. I just want you to understand, because it's clear that you want Indigo to sparkle just like I do. But please treat this city not like a business, but a relationship. You don't have to give something in order to gain something. You don't have to sacrifice in order to get a profit in this case. If you show love to this city, it will love you back, and sometimes it will hurt you. It's hurt me more than once. But it's all the more reason that we should trust one another.
Beretta nods and she looks Delilah directly in the eyes and says, I think tonight is going to be the start of me doing something for myself.
That is wonderful to hear. I realize it's a very greedy request from me, but I'm glad that you would understand.
I wouldn't call it greedy or anything, but I look forward to working together and against each other eventually.
Oh, don't you worry. It's going to be fierce, dear.
Kazuya smiles as you two shake hands, more or less setting up the arrangement. And just like that, a moment of dread actually sort of seems to leave you. Like this cloud hanging over your head starts to sort of dissipate. Take a step away, and Kazuya once again comes close to you again. That was delightful. You did wonderfully. I didn't think
she was nice.
Well, here's the thing. If you walked into this with the assumption that you were dealing with someone kind, you might try to use that against her, perhaps. And she is deeply kind, but also meticulous and extremely aware of any sort of deception. So, the best way that you could go about this was not trying to be clever, but trying to be earnest, which you did delightfully. By the way, he leans in again. The storm isn't over quite yet.
Yeah.
Just so you know. He takes another step forward, and you've carried, I suppose you've carried out your end of the bargain up to this point. Whatever happens next, I will make sure that your boys are okay, no matter what might come.
And I appreciate that.
He smiles again. Well then, we have a party to return to. He offers you an arm.
She takes his arm. You know, I am honestly remembering a moment from my childhood where someone a lot like you asked for someone in their family to take care of me. And I feel like that kind of might be paying off.
You walk with him, and for a second he gets almost a faraway look in his eyes. Glad to pay off that debt then, I suppose. He walks you over, and the party continues. But we're not going to focus on what happens exactly to them quite right now. Actually, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. Let's see what happens with those two. You sit down for a short while with Kazuya and chat slightly, and the aura in the room sort of changes. You can sense it. It's really strange, but it's almost like a subtle twitch throughout the room. Once you cleared the air with Delilah, that was great. That was your primary worry, but you start to feel other eyes on you, and it's actually, yeah, they're moving closer. You watch as the other Mafia heads begin to move in your general direction. And
There's that song you were talking about.
She walks over and puts a hand on your shoulder. Beretta, dear, would you perhaps mind joining me and Don Mirage for a little while?
Of course. Is everything all right?
Of course it is, dear. She... something about her voice seems to imply otherwise. You stand up. I'll be coming with, of course. Of course. She needs someone on her side. And then she turns around and looks at Delilah. I think only one will do. The smile grows under the mask.
I beg your pardon?
That was a delightful conversation you had, but I believe you might be compromised when it comes to this one. So, I think I and the other heads will handle this from here on out.
Morales, that's not what we discussed. I mean, to be fair, the disrespect was shown to the Deltano family. It seems incredibly inappropriate for me not to be there.
Well, she thinks about it for a moment. Well, we all have to take independent action sometimes. Like
Yes.
you releasing that, tax on the university. That was something we agreed on universally, and you went ahead and removed it when one person changed one thing about the university. So, we will handle this on our own.
This is a bit more what I expected today to go like.
Loretta, when you look at Delilah, she looks like a concerned mother that's like letting their child go to the first day of kindergarten, and it's not really she looked actually genuinely terrified.
Beretta looks back at her and she bites her lip, and she kind of takes a deep breath in and out, and she flashes a thumbs up. She says, I'll be fine, don't worry. Miss Morales?
Yes.
I have a feeling that I'm not going to get to enjoy the rest of the party.
Perhaps not.
Do you mind if I tie up a few loose ends before you take me away?
I suppose so. Feel free.
Thanks. I appreciate that. I won't leave the room.
She watches you leave, and actually, you look over Beretta, and you notice something. The map might represent this, but Teach is actually already gone.
Oh, she left?
I don't like how that other guy disappeared too.
Who are you looking for, Beretta?
Well, let's go see my good friend Chantilly. She looks like she's having a good time.
Okay. You're gonna go say hi to Chantilly. Excellent. Okay. You walk over. The mood in the room has changed a lot.
So, who am I talking to today?
You walk into a conversation. This girl, who technically Beretta hasn't been seen talking to in public for probably over a decade, maybe, is talking the ear off of Mallow.
Is Mallow aware?
Yeah, Mallow's aware. They're talking kind of peaceably.
Yeah. Mallow, I hope you're doing good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't super want to be here, but I'm supposed to, so like, meh.
Yeah, I think my invitation is getting cut short.
Oh. Sorry about that. You getting kicked out or something?
Something like that. Actually, Chantilly, do you mind stepping out into the balcony with me for a second?
Me?
Yeah, I know we haven't talked in 10 years, but I could really use your ear for a minute.
Oh, okay. Just one moment. I'm going to go out onto the balcony for a moment. I'll be right back.
He looks up from his book. Enjoy yourself.
She just shrugged.
Handsome as ever.
Oh, thank you. You are simply radiant. He goes back to reading. Mallow walks over. What you reading?
Whoops.
You too.
You know, I really wish I could do an accent consistently like you. You're very good at it. It's so much better than me.
Okay, so it's a.
She kind of like actually physically goes back and forth between the two.
It's a little bit of both because technically this is technically the real one a little bit, but then I figured out how to stop it when I was like 12 or something because I got tired of sounding silly, and then I had to keep it up. I had to keep it up in front of my family.
I can
Girl.
definitely relate. I'm suppressing a bit of an accent myself. My mom told me to cut it out.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I
So-
remember that. I do remember. Yeah.
to
You know
learn
what?
off of each other.
What's going on?
You remember a couple of weeks ago we talked about the no more secrets policy?
Mhm.
Yeah. So no secrets. I'm in mob trouble, I think, and I think they're gonna,
No, they're not gonna kill you.
I don't know. It seemed like it was going pretty good, but I just got invited to a walk and was told that I wasn't coming back.
Oh.
Yeah, but I wanted to tell you because I don't want you to worry about it at all.
Too late for that. Sir, what can I do? What can I do? They're not gonna kill you. Why would they?
I don't know, but I plan for the best and expect the worst. So, am I not well enough dressed for my own funeral?
Oh, you look really good. Maybe you could just run away. Maybe you slip out the door when they're not looking.
We're pretty high up.
Oh, I guess, yeah. Do you think there's... I kind of saw them mobbing you, and I wanted to go over and say something, but I didn't think that, I wouldn't be able to get away with it. Because, is there anything I can do? Anything you can think of? You need me to distract somebody, or...
Not
or
for
say
me.
something?
Honestly, I had a great talk with Delilah. She's actually pretty lovely.
Yeah, she's full of surprises, that one.
Yeah.
There's-
And honestly, we were talking about just making the world a little bit better than our parents left it. And I immediately thought about you.
Yeah, my dad's over there, so I guess there's nothing I can really say to him because he'll just tell me it's not my business.
Yeah, and I think, this whole Bijou thing, you've been avoiding this aspect of your life for a long time, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, almost running away from it.
No, actually, I guess closer to running in circles and hoping that the start of the circle will be different, but
That's a good strategy. But I think what I want to say to you before I go is...
stop talking like you're gonna die. You're not gonna die, okay?
No, I'm not
You're
going to die.
smart. You're smart. You can say something. You're not gonna die.
I think I'll figure it out. But I think it might be good for you to jump right into whatever your problem is and face it head on. I know it's going to be tough, but the end of the day, I think it's our responsibility to fix the world that our parents and grandparents and their parents messed up.
Yeah. I guess it's just a little bit harder to get a foothold when you're me.
You know what helped me get a foothold, honestly?
Hmm.
Every minute and every hour of my life has been on a schedule for as long as I can remember. And she reaches into her bag and she pulls out her schedule book. And honestly, it's been so helpful to know what's coming. And I've honestly planned almost everything up until this day. But in the past couple of weeks, I've had a couple of days here and there where I've just been off schedule, quote unquote, and it's really been a joy. And I think I'm going to try and do that a little bit more. So,
Yeah, I mean, planning your whole day out doesn't really allow for a lot of spontaneity.
yeah,
Doesn't really allow for you to get scooped up by a bunch of monsters.
that's still according to schedule. So I wouldn't worry yet. Once we jump into the great abyss that is the page that has nothing written on it, then we can start to worry. But if I don't see you again, which I'm sure I will, I want you to have this. And maybe it'll help you when you tackle your problems head on.
There's only like 3 or 4 pages left.
You write really small.
Okay, all right. I mean, I used to do a tight schedule too, but I guess that made it easier to remember things. Okay, well, should I call you later tonight to see if you're okay, or?
I'll make sure you know.
Okay.
I know out in public we haven't actually seen each other in about 10 years, but can I get a hug?
You know what? No, because you still owe me that dance. You can get a dance if you want.
Square dance.
Teach me, because I never learned.
Fine, I'll get you that square dance. I promise.
Okay.
And I guess I'll see you later.
Okay, good luck. Don't be afraid of my dad. He's
Pretty scary.
He is scary, but
He's scary, and he's flanked by scary grandma.
Yeah, she scares me. She's always
You
scared
never
me.
offered me a lollipop after a doctor's visit. Like, who does that?
Who does that? Who does that? Her shots are the worst.
I like the fact that you said flanked by scary grandma, and then I imagine Kazuya jutting in and going, "Scary grandmas."
Well, I'm glad I got to see you.
Yeah.
Enjoy the rest of the party.
Oh, I'll try. Ooh.
Greta, you finish up and you come back out, say your little goodbyes, and the others have sort of assembled. They're waiting for you. Delilah's a distance behind, and Morales actually looks over. Fade, would you like to accompany us?
Fade looks up from talking to Arch and kind of glances over at Delilah, looking a little bit confused.
Yeah.
Yes, of course, Morales. I'll be there in just a moment.
She walks past. Hey, Sarai.
He looks over at Morales. What is it, Morales?
We're going to be talking to Miss Pietro. Do you want to come with?
Oh. Sarai kind of stops, thinks about that for a second. No, I do not.
Oh, okay. May I
ask? In fact, I'll be leaving now.
Wait, what? Whoa, buddy, what happened?
Oh, it's nothing wrong with the party, Jeremiah. It's just it's getting awfully late, and I don't feel like currently being involved in what's about to happen next.
Oh, wow, that's really cool. You said that so fucking loud.
Morales quickly shuffles away after this and like almost takes Fade's arm, and Beretta, you walk over and yeah, you prepare to go with these people.
What could
Hey,
possibly go wrong?
what could possibly go wrong? Hey, what's Teach up to?
I don't know what is Teach up to. I legitimately don't fucking know what's going on.
Teach.
Yeah.
Someone from a party that you've never fucking met before walked up to you and said, "Hey, can I talk to you for a sec? It's about the university."
Okay.
So you went with?
Fine. Sure, yeah, I went with, of course.
Okay. Oh boy, let's do this. Let's do this one, yeah. This man leads you down the hallway, just honestly a short distance, but he leads you like back and away from the party down a sort of twisting-ish path. And you find yourself standing face to face with this man. Sorry to drag you away from your lovely date. He extends a hand. The name's Dario Lucent. I'm actually head of one of the subsidiary families of the Iris.
Oh, she kind of stiffens up a little bit and puts out a hand forward. Well, Martha Teach, I think you know me, Dario.
Yeah, big enough to have my own family, not big enough to stand with the other mafia.
Okay.
So I'm unfortunately stuck doing grunt work like this. And once again, I'd like to firmly apologize. But, thanks. And then his expression, the smirk actually gets a little bit more serious for a second. There are a few people that actually want to sort of complain to you or about you, but they're a little too chicken shit to do it themselves.
She kind of frowns a little bit. Oh.
Yeah.
Are you here on their behalf then, I suppose?
Yeah, you could say that. Has to do with how you're running the university, I guess.
So she kind of rounds a bit. I'm not running the university, but...
That's a funny thing, because you talk to people around here and they seem to think that way. She shakes, he like, slicks back his fucking shitty phoenix hair. See, Daringway, more or less, is becoming a thing of the past. Something that this city's trying to move past real quick. Discussions around the Riviera are all about Martha Teach. They want me to let you know that you have their support. How circuitous, he says, almost like humorlessly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm supposed to register a few complaints, though. Actual real ones. Drums his fingers.
She stops a bit. This sounds... It sounds like... She stops a little bit. I didn't sign up for anything, to keep that in mind. I don't know particularly. What do they have my support of? What are they supporting me for?
Well, it's been a while since the Honorable Organization of Riviera has given the university their patronage. There have been a few holdouts that still stuck around, still thought it was the best place around, thought that the university was better for their precious little kids than personal tutelage. They recently have pulled their kids from the school. 2 families, in fact. He looks down. Now, admittedly, this is all before the Deltano family seems to have changed their tune about the university. But I at least have to speak for the Testudo and the Iris. You've taken steps to do what's best for the city, and people like that, but you're also doing some pretty... He stops. He was about to say something he probably would regret.
I heard it.
Why, can I ask, do you have the champion of Noctua in your homeroom?
She stops a bit and looks. I'm sorry, is that a concern of Riviera?
Yeah, that's
I don't... You have to get it. When I say I didn't sign up for anything, I mean I didn't sign up for anything. If you have to explain something to me like I'm a child, well, the reason why is because I haven't made any decisions with Riviera in mind. So if they have a complaint about that, then I've just stumbled on their toes accidentally.
He like, actually reaches into his coat. You mind if I smoke?
Sure thing. I don't mind.
He lights a cigarette and smokes in the fucking hallway of this expensive-ass building. Takes one deep inhale, exhales. Now, those are the precious kids of rich folk who are up in that party. I don't get the choice of being able to go, oh yeah, my own kid gets to go to university. That's not for people like me. But I'm unfortunately set up to be the errand boy when you do something that they don't like. I'm not asking you to sympathize with my position, but I'm gonna relay this whether you like it or not. He looks back at you. Champion of Noctua is unfortunately a Gylardian agent. People in Riviera don't feel safe about that situation.
As far as I'm aware, that was a past deal. I'm not sure if Riviera is up to date on that, but her ties have been cut with Gylardia.
He looks down. I don't think you can get away from a deal like that. I'm part of the Iris family. We deal in information. I think I might know a thing or two about her that you might not. See, the champion of Noctua doesn't get to go home until Gylardi has won this city. So, you might think, yeah, this kid's good, this kid's in my homeroom, but at the same time, that kid's still Gylardian. They got her.
All right. Complaint registered. What next?
He stops. Kick her out. That's simple. Cut ties. Should be easy, right?
Teach stops for a bit. I'm sorry. I don't think that's necessary. I register that complaint for sure, but seems like what? You just want me to kick her out? Kick her out of the school? Again, that's no.
He thinks about it for another second, turns it over in his head. You know what she did before she came here? Why a champion of Xiphos is hanging around in our fair city.
She stops a bit and turns. I'm a history teacher. I do know. And quite frankly, if there's something I'm missing, I would prefer to hear it from her, not you.
He thinks about that. Very well then. He kind of stands up and, like, loosens. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you, Martha Teach. He doesn't offer to shake your hand, but almost all this is suddenly cut off. That's it. You're just going to let her walk away from that. That's it. This man takes a step forward. You watch Dario's entire expression actually fall for a second, then he takes another deep inhale on the cigarette. This man takes another step forward. The person that you're allowing to wander around the university destroyed an entire district of Xiphos and got herself banished. I do not want that in my university.
She stops and turns at him. Since when did it become your university? Who the fuck are you?
Teach, hey, you say that. And you start to feel something in the air start to shift and change. Almost imperceptibly. This man's entire face screws up. If you had to guess, this is probably one of the heads of a lesser family. Some rich person who was fed off of either the testudos, the irises, someone somewhere who has enough clout to order a person like Dario around. His entire face screws up and he starts to speak, but almost a haze moves through the room, and you feel something shift. As he begins to speak, the passion sort of pouring from his mouth, you start to see and feel somewhere else. Some time ago. Let me hop you over real quick. Let's move here.
Ooh.
In this room. Let's play this one. Yeah, why not? In this room, these two branch family heads approached Principal Daringway. So, you get it, right? Like, you get it. Daringway folds his hands, he thinks. I do actually understand. I personally do not trust the champion of Noctua. All of the reasons that you have registered are known by the school, and that is why she is not particularly welcomed here. He drums his fingers on the table. But I do trust my Dean of History. He looks up. The man takes a step backwards. If you believe this school is unsafe for your precious children, pull them. Go ahead. I prefer your organization on the far side of the river anyway. As it stands now, the champion of Noctua is one of my students, and there is nothing I would not do for my students, he says, leaning in. Until the day that Martha Teach decides otherwise, she is welcomed at this university. And the two actually take a step backwards, the memory almost fading from vision as quickly as it came. Teach, you understand why these people are here. You understand why they're harassing you, because you are the one who is in the way of their children being at school. And as you come back, you feel the blood start to boil, actually. Teach, give me a roll to die.
Okay, let's see what you...
Hey, Teach, what you locking in?
Probably red, in this case.
What are you going to do?
She stops a bit and interrupts him straight up in this moment. I know your kid is. Who the fuck are you talking about? Weren't in my homeroom, weren't in my class. I was just telling your boy Dario over here, and bless him, that I'm not Daringway. I'm a dean of history, and I only make the calls I deem as appropriate as a teacher. So, quite frankly, if you want me to pull some strings, I'm not going to. I don't. This is exactly the reason I am not Daringway. Do you understand?
Dario actually hears you say that. Could you just give me a second? He takes one step forward, grabs this man by the face and slams him into the wall. In a second after you finish yelling, he slowly slides down and comes to rest as a crumpled heap on the ground. Well, I can see my time was adequately wasted here. Enjoy the rest of your night. He starts to walk forward.
Shocked at this guy.
You sit there. That was it's just a moment. This man is out cold on the fucking ground.
Yeah.
Fucks
there for a
off.
moment, looks at him and is just like... She rubs her temple slightly and starts calming down. She once again looks around the room and just... Again, hate Pinion Tower so much. She looks down to this guy and kind of just steps over his legs.
Hey, Teach.
Mm-hmm. Oh, boy.
You got the bond. Yep, there you go.
There we go.
You make your way back to the hall. Let's talk about I think it's time to skip straight to Bretta's talk, I think let's check in with Chantilly really quick.
Who, me?
Yes. So all of those people leave and the party sort of calms down a little bit. Teach is currently gone. You take a look around. Prismane looks up from his book. Mallow's just sitting there. She is sitting on the edge of the fountain, also reading. Oh, are you done?
Yep.
Father seems to have wandered off somewhere without us, which was not the plan.
Oh. I suppose I cannot get mad at him. Well, he knows where we are. Or... I guess.
He shuts his book. Do you want to go for that walk? I'm okay to sit around the party as long as you wish, but it could be nice to actually see the night air. It's extremely foggy out tonight. It has a sort of He thinks about how to pronounce ambience. It has a certain vibe that I rather like. Mallow fucking lets out a snort chuckle.
Yeah, okay. Mallow, could you let Papa know if he comes back that we're just out for a walk?
Of course.
Okay.
It was delightful to talk to you, Prismane. Yes, why didn't we talk earlier? You were very nice. Have a wonderful evening, Miss Marigold. Sort of takes you. You walk outside the tower and it's actually rather peaceful at night. There's a different vibe and energy to this overcast city that can only really be accomplished at night. Prismane walks with you out in front.
She's visibly kind of like off put by the weather and the vibe that he seems to enjoy. So she's following pretty closely behind.
He soaks it in. This city seems to change more and more every day. It's actually rather nice. I'm sorry, I pulled you aside. It's so rare that we get an opportunity, specifically the two of us, to speak. Normally there are other people around, either guests or maids or other members of the family.
You're not leaving your office for even 5 minutes.
He stops. I apologize. I would normally say I'm very busy, but a lot of the time, I will admit, I am just reading.
I blame you. We all need our alone time.
Here's the alone time thing, and he goes, it's something I actually had a curiosity about. When you go out of the house, where do you go?
Pang.
He looks over, almost like inquisitively, waiting for that.
What do you mean, where do I go?
I was curious. Do you go into town? Do you explore seaside? I'm curious what you get up to, because everyone else stays around the house, myself included.
I mostly just go and see, fun things to do. Lots of the shopping and all of that. It's fall now, so there's going to be new fashions. Or it's going to be fall soon, so I have to keep an eye out. Mostly just seeing what I was missing for that little while there.
Right. Are you doing better? I've been worried.
I couldn't tell. You know, it's the same as before. There are good days, there are bad days. I guess I've been more distracted by things. You know, going out looking at things. I've been able to not think about it as much, and the summer sure did help. Oh, the nice flowers here.
He looks over. Did you spend your day of veils with anyone, or was it reflective? I'm sorry if I'm prying. I am genuinely curious. Life around home seems so stale right now. You are our breath of fresh air.
Pang. Pang. Pang.
Well, I don't think you would believe me even if I told you.
He looks. Then I will have to take you up on that tall tale sometime. When I used to go out, long time ago, I did things that I could never tell father or the rest of the family. He says he takes a step over and he kneels down and looks at the flowers as well. Indigo as a city is very lively. I wanted to see all that it had to offer, and it was not kind to a boy with the funny accent from Seaside. He picks at it. So, with your accent, I was worried that you might be picked on as well.
I just think that maybe you should have worked on it a little more. It's not that hard.
I tried. I got all confused. I lost it completely. He thinks about this. When you were very, very young, Mom and Dad, they thought I could be a mage. They thought I might have magic, so I got sent away for a time to Snowdrop.
They did tell me about that. They said that, I always thought that they just said that to make me feel bad. Like, oh, you could have gone to Snowdrop too! Oh!
I feel like I must apologize. That set a lot of bad precedents. He says, looking down. No, I was simply a rowdy child and I liked to break things. He pokes at the flowers. So they assumed, naturally, their well-behaved Prismane could not be a rowdy, destructive gremlin. So they decided to send him off to basically get tested for magic. When I did not have it, and it turned out that I was simply that same gremlin, I had nowhere to direct that energy. He looks over at you. It's... being in this family is not always easy.
No, I don't. It's harder more than it's easy, I think, if I'm being honest with you.
I think I would agree. Are you getting picked on for your accent? He looks over worried again for a second.
No. I mean, like... I'm trying to think about it. The last thing I actually got picked on for was the braces when I was younger. That's actually it.
Oh, awful. They're a sign of status. You look genuinely upset.
Thinks in her head, no, why did Mom and Dad tell you that? No!
Even with sending you away to try and see if there was any way they could fix you, didn't do much to, they didn't do that for me. It didn't change anything. I'm still Tilly. I still do my... Still like to dance. I still like to have fun. But that part of me is not going away, I don't think.
He thinks about that for a second. I'm glad to see that part of my family that I treasure so much is still there. It has gotten hard lately. He motions around to the fog. Feels like we too are getting swept up in this.
Yeah, makes me uncomfortable, really.
He thinks about it for a second. I did not realize it until you say that, but perhaps me as well. He looks up at the sky. I am not sure what I want from the Iris family, but I know it is certainly not this.
No.
He looks back and over. Tell me, what do you want from the Iris family?
It's hard to say in a way that makes any sense, but I want to be an Iris without being a problem.
Oh. He thinks about that and then smiles just a little bit. I wish I could so easily say that is a solved problem.
Not 25 years being just a problem.
He like actually takes a step forward and then he attempts a gesture of affection that you have not seen from him before. He pats you.
What are you doing?
I saw other people do this once. he like takes a step backwards. Feeling like a problem is hard. I do not know the solution. Mine was to go to Old Town, speak in the biggest, silliest, loudest voice I could, and wait to be treated like the problem I felt I was. He looks down. Taking swings at people, though, that was not a healthy way to channel it. I am trying to focus more of that energy into the family. He looks over at you. So, if you feel like you are a problem, then that is the family's responsibility. Perhaps it is our time to change to our needs.
You know you can just give me a regular hug, right?
I did not. I was going to build up to it.
No, come here.
I have speeches. you hug him. Prismane has always been the ambitious family heir that you expect him to be. You could feel he was building up to that point, and nope, straight to the point. You hug him, and he lets out a long, withering sigh.
She is smooshed against his jacket, trying not to bawl her eyes out.
You actually feel the bond between you two grow. He pulls back. It is my honest promise to make the Iris family as good as it can possibly be. If any part of it ever gives you grief, say it to me and I will work on changing it. I am not father. I am not mother. But I can at least try.
I like that last part.
I am not accustomed to trying things and failing at them.
No, not that part. I mean, you were getting your speech going. I thought you were just going to keep going on and talking all the big words that people do, but no, you said that I was hoping that you would end it with it being you trying instead of just trying to please mother and father. So
his expression is so ponderous all the time. It's like he's always assessing the quality of something. For the first time, he simply splits into a very peaceful smile. Well, that is higher flattery for me than you probably know. Thank you. There
will always be a little bit of gremlin in you no matter what.
I have a horrible habit of, when I drink my morning coffee, if the day is going bad, I finish drinking it and then I throw the cup.
Knox has been calling.
He fidgets, unable to answer the question. It is fine. I am getting better about it. I am drinking less coffee. As if that's the solution.
That's the problem.
He draws up to his full height, and it's funny. Strange night, but you actually feel like, what the heck? You're connecting with your older brother again. It's strange. He's always carried this certain air that makes him really difficult to approach, actually, but like, at least right here, right now, amidst the fog, he seems to be doing good. And then you hear it. A cry from the door as a bunch of people actually rush out, including your father.
Dad, what the fuck did you do?
You notice you notice that he's like walking extremely quickly out right now. He has something like clenched in his right hand. You take a look. You notice that he has like a fucking like butt of a cigar clenched in his right hand. He walks over, looks over to the two of you, goes, "Chantilly, Prismaine, I'm leaving."
Papa, what's wrong? Where are you going?
What happened? Sorry, boss. Granny Testudo collapsed.
Yes.
Who? What?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna. It was in that room. We gotta get the boss out of here. The two start to lead Don Mirage away.
Chantilly, I'm sorry about this. I know you were excited about this. I'll buy you lunch sometime.
No, it's okay. Go. Should we go home?
She bugging.
Prismaine puts a hand on your shoulder. Would you prefer if I represented the Iris family in this? If Morales Testudo has collapsed, I will see to her.
Do as you wish, Prismaine. Chantilly, you may do as well. That is up to you, though. He starts walking out. I'll be back home. Farewell for the night.
Prismaine walks over next to you. And there you have it, I suppose. What do you wish to do?
People. We should go find people. See what is happening.
Hold on. He puts a hand on your shoulder. If this is recalling any memories of that night, if this is weighing heavily on you may go as well. I don't want to make a decision for you, but I don't want to see you go through something like that again.
Same thing will not happen twice. You might think it will, but it won't.
He takes an unusual step and actually takes your hand. This time I am here with you. You go inside.
We're Gamma!
We got some stuff to talk about.
Yeah. First, real quick, let's take 5 really quick.
We're taking 5!
Yeah, that's fine.
Because I need to go use the bathroom really fast. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Use that bathroom, get ready. Hey, Brennan.
Mm-hmm.
Showtime!
Brakes are off. No, the brakes were never on the train. The train is off the tracks.
Someone just hit the gas pedal on the train now. So it's going bad.
Hey, Christian.
Yes?
How do you like your fucking Yakuza character?
Oh, I love him. I love that final interaction. It was great.
Atrocious, man.
I love him. He's
I'm like, hey, here's one for a few people. I'm gonna make Christian want to punch this boy. I'm gonna make Fade want to punch this boy. Like, this is a very beautiful, punchable boy.
No, we just need to sit down and talk to him, and he's gonna be super nice.
We're gonna punch him in the face.
He'll join my homeroom. I just need him to understand what my homeroom's like. You know,
Dario
why it's
Lucid,
okay.
baby.
I can't say I'm expecting Prismane to be a giant dork.
Prismane is lovely. He's a lovely man.
Oh, I love him. I wasn't expecting him to be a dork.
Weirdo.
He's supposed to inherit this big fucking family, and you take the weirdo in one of two directions. Either you become Prismane, or you're supposed to become a cowboy. Those are your options. That's what the weight of inheritance does to you.
That's what happens.
What the hell is wrong with this next generation?
I see you have gone the way of cowboy.
I see you've gone the way of cowboy. Delightful, actually. I like your hat.
I have speeches. I loved that line.
He is so set on becoming the fucking next Iris Head. That is his life. Listen. Fucking dork ass. He's all about this lifestyle. It doesn't make him a bad person necessarily. It's just he's there.
I did not have a speech prepared.
Oh my god. I like everything that you've set up with the Iris family. I love them.
Adoptive.
Yeah.
Let me see.
My favorite thing about Prismane is that his accent is somewhere between French and Dracula.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I wanted to hear, man.
Yeah. Civ described Papa Iris's welcome back. Papa Iris's aesthetic, and I'm like, there's some Dracula in there. Excellent. Rubs hands together. Ooh.
You can also hear the younger Iris siblings' pseudo-Russo French accent on the Patreon.
You can actually in the future. J-Man hasn't cut it yet.
I need to cut that. Don't make promises.
You might be able to.
Yeah.
You might be able to.
At some
But you
point.
should still subscribe.
In the future, but you should still subscribe to the Patreon.
Mask, I'm gonna DM you a thing.
Gotcha.
Oh boy.
My thoughts exactly well.
Did you kill Gamma?
No, she took those drugs.
Yeah, she was Corvo killed Grandma.
Bitch, I'm tripping.
I'm going on a fucking spirit journey right now, guys.
It's been a while since I
Gotta go find that cloud and kill
Since the
her.
60s.
Loretta, are you cool?
You're not a narc, are you, Beretta?
Because if you're cool, you'll take drugs with us.
What can I say? I've got a need for weed.
No, don't worry, dear. Don't worry. I'm a doctor.
My glaucoma's acting up.
Hey, Beretta, you ready?
Let's friggin' do it.
Hell yes. Let me do, this one will do. Beretta, you come up, you ride a set of elevators up to the very top floor.
Oh, good.
And yeah, this is one of those big old penthouses that are rented out generally to like really important people. But this one has been set up specifically for a meeting. Move you over here. Why don't you take a seat out front, Beretta?
Of course.
Ooh, I get one of the cool seats. Kazuya sits down.
Fade sits on the arm of the chair.
Hold Alt to position your guy off the grid.
Yeah. Yeah, you can hold Alt to position your character off the grid.
Yeah, I guess I'll be an actual person.
I'm sorry, I've never had a rich man meeting in Roll20 before.
Oh no, I just thought it was because he was a cat.
Yeah, because he's just like a cat.
Yeah.
Never had a
He
meeting
already
with
knows he's
Stella.
on thin ice with John Mirage, so he'll be on his best behavior for a bit.
Yeah, speaking of Jean Mirage, like as soon as they sit down and like they're away from prying eyes, he immediately fucking pulls out a cigar out of his pocket and lights it.
I don't even need that, dude.
Well, I'm sure you know why you're here, Morales says, looking at Beretta.
I have an idea, but feel free to enlighten me further.
It has to do with your little moonlighting as the Stampede King. The air leaves the room. Beretta, you feel the facade shatter in front of you.
Broke.
Now, from what I overheard, you may have squared away things with the Deltano family, which, congratulations as far as that goes.
Thank you, it went really well.
However, that does not change a certain aspect of this arrangement. The Deltanos may have decided to turn the other cheek when it comes to attacking their funeral home. However, I believe we have an issue to discuss relating to your status as a business and a raid on a certain train. You feel the pressure dig down on you.
Yes, I do remember a certain train raid.
So, let us begin. First off, were you present at the robbery?
Yes.
Well,
Were you
that
there
simplifies things.
Were you there as Beretta Pietro or the Stampede King?
Oh, it's weird to say this. I suppose at the time I was there as, I wish I had my schedule, the Stampede King. I believe Beretta Pietro had a stomachache at the time.
I see.
Well, your actions there, suffice it to say, have actually put the Testudo family in a rather difficult position. I am beyond frustrated with how those events occurred, because now the Deltano family has requested the usage of our trains, as well as the Iris family has. And then she stops, realizing that she can't just tear ass against Papa Iris with him in the room. Looks over and kind of bows slightly.
Oh, I don't mind, Morales. I demanded quite a hefty sum in return.
Yes. In the immediate, the Omen family's status is something that we are still discussing. What they brought to the table has been thrown completely into question by your little stunt. So, I will make things crystal clear moving forwards. Your ability to run Stampede Trading Company is in our hands. She leans in. And this is the Morales Testudo that you heard about. This is the one who sends chills down the spines of absolutely every businessman that visits Indigo. She's good at getting her hooks in people, and once they're there, they're hard to get out. But, of course, that doesn't concern just me. She slides backwards. The cops are here.
Police coming for
Sorry,
me.
the police are coming for you.
The facade is broken.
We're back.
I'm going to jail.
Sorry about that.
Guys, that's what we forgot. The cops were here all along.
I waited for this moment.
She looks over at Fade. I understand that you have some sort of, I don't know how close this tie is, but are you at least acquainted? She looks between Fade and Beretta and waits for an answer.
Fade looks at Beretta and just goes, well, I guess the jig is up. Yes, you could say that we've had a non-aggression pact that, until recently, I would say was going very well. Now, perhaps it is on me to say that I did not inform her of the consequences of interfering with the mob, but I will say that what she did, I know she did for what was best for Indigo.
Best for Indigo, you say. But was it best for us as the Riviera?
I have to question the wisdom of that. Yes, Beretta.
Well, Morales, I question is if the Illman family was supposed to be so independent on their own, how come you and the Iris family had such a strong had them under your thumb so much with their trains?
Yes, that's actually a delightful point. That
if we were supposed to be fostering an equal relationship here, it's hard to build trust between our families if you are exploiting the others such that.
Bravo, bravo, Kazuya says. He, unlike everyone else who's in a very serious position, Kazuya is slung sideways over the arms of the chair. He seems to be enjoying all of this. Morales and Pop Iris actually look at each other. I brought the Illman family into Indigo. And to a certain extent, I was responsible for them. The Illman family, their status, etc., all of it falls on my shoulders if they make a mistake, which apparently bringing their spirit into the city was. So, as a result, I am left with only a few options.
Yes, and such also includes the reason why I chose to keep such a close watch on those Illmen is due to the fact that, well, I suppose the Warhol family is a fairly new addition to the Riviera, but the previous families had, well, they had essentially issued a witch hunt on the Illmen, and Battle Illman had also, well, sicked that death spirit of his out to, well, kill everyone.
A nasty bit of business. I was hoping to smooth things over. I think more than anyone else, we know how acutely dangerous that creature is. Morales thinks about it, rubbing her chin. The title may sound impressive, but Oribus, I believe it was called, is about as dangerous as unleashing 3 bears within the city.
Her name's actually Aza now.
They stop and look at you.
And where exactly did you get this information?
That ties us into the core point of this. Divulge the location of this creature.
I'm just wondering why I would do that.
Oh? Morales stands up, really.
Yeah, you guys were talking about what's best for the Riviera. And quite frankly, I could care less with all due respect to my friend Fade.
Fade looks at her and nods.
You feel solidarity there.
Because honestly, if I am to look at the net total of the sins that the Riviera has committed on Indigo, say that you've done the city a lot more damage than you've done good.
How dare you? Something twitches in the room. Almost imperceptible to everyone. With those words, how dare you? You feel a presence intensify, almost sticky like miasma. Strangest damn thing in the world. It seems to almost like pop and spit and hiss around the outsides of the room.
Did I touch a nerve?
She sits back down.
Ah, yes, Miss Pietro. Speaking of sins, actually, I'll be the first to admit, yes, us in the Riviera have done quite a lot of bad things. However, I suppose I could say the same for your boys. I believe they're the ones you were going to hire inside of Stampede Trading Co.
I believe I've already hired them.
Yes. He reaches into his pocket really quick and pulls out a piece of paper, and he goes, "Here I have a list of names of the, people you have hired, and, along with it, their past crimes. So I'd do a little bit of looking in, if you don't mind. Allow me to read off a few. he starts going down the list, goes, let's see, Yeehaw Yamazaki, aka Andrew Murley. Wanted for, well, not wanted anymore, I suppose, but he has committed 2 counts of theft, including mugging, disturbance of peace, and also, minor arson. That's quite unfortunate. Let me see. Boncho
Popeye
Bill.
is sitting in the chair, gritting her teeth.
Boncho Bill, aka Randolph Mercey. He has committed 5 acts of brawling in the middle of the street, firing firearms in the middle of public areas, and also several acts of theft. Now, he like folds up the paper and puts it back in his pocket. The list goes on, Miss Pietro. And I must ask you, with this trading company of yours, hypothetical situation here, but what happens if one day one of your boys walks into somebody's home about to deliver something, and that person's, and the owner of that home recognizes your employee as someone who had wronged them in the past?
Beretta's still gritting her teeth, and she kind of grips the armrest of the chair, and she says, the difference between my boys and you lot are my boys don't do bad anymore.
I see, but the big point here is that they did. And wounds that have been cut are still wounds, no matter how much they have healed.
So you're saying that no one should be allowed to have a chance at redemption?
Oh, not at all, Warhol. He kind of looks over. In fact, me and Morales had actually spoken on the side, and we had thought of a way to have a good agreement amongst all 3 of us. He looks between him, Morales, and Beretta. Morales, why don't you go on ahead and give out your suggestion?
It's actually rather simple. On the subject of, starts to say Orbis stops Aza. We didn't expect to be able to ply you for information. Plus, with your father who he is, I couldn't exactly use the normal techniques that I would to produce a response. We will let that issue lie for now. Aza is dangerous, but not that dangerous. She walks forward. However, the matter of your trading company. She hands you a sheet of paper. We want you to sign this contract. Functionally, you will be a part of Riviera. Congratulations, you've made it big in the world. She steps backwards and sits back down. We will naturally take a significant portion of your profits. You look at the rates. They're merciless. Keeping the business open would be a disaster. I don't believe you are in any place to necessarily argue this point. Kazuya sits up suddenly. I believe I might be. Morales' eyebrow twitches a little bit. Hey, Fade, Beretta, want to come with me a sec?
I would like nothing more.
He leads you over to this corner. Beretta, you still feel this presence casting itself around the room. Okay, so I'm going to come clean with you. Don't do that. If you're thinking about it, don't.
No, really?
Yeah, looking at some of these rates, it doesn't seem like it'd be a very good business move.
What I promised earlier, that I would protect the future of your boys, I stick by this. I was hoping to open up business with the great people of Riviera, but I might limit my patronage to those who deserve it. Delilah was delightful. He says it again, still proud. So
I will vouch for Delilah. She can be trusted.
I might keep it open on that front, but if you wind up signing this right now, thanks. What are you willing to give up for your boys?
Anything, honestly.
That answer frustrates me, but I'll keep it in mind. I will honor that spirit of yours. So,
As long as you hold up your end of what you said about making sure they're well accounted for, I'm completely fine with taking the consequences of my actions.
looks over at Fade. And as one of her compatriots, are you okay with that?
If I need to help protect her boys, I will.
Oh, delightful. He throws an arm around either of you. Such resonant ideals, such worrying spirit. I'll keep this in mind going forwards. We have a meeting to return to.
Before
The
they
old
return
folks
back,
waiting.
Beretta turns to Fade and just mouths, "Thank you."
Fade nods and gives her like a reassuring squeeze on the shoulder.
So, what did your little huddle produce?
So, hypothetically, because you have literally presented me with an offer that I can't refuse, what would the consequences be if I were to refuse?
I don't think you properly understand the situation, Morales says, leaning in. If you said no, we would gut that little business of yours. We would make sure that she stops and looks at you. I know that look. That's the look of someone who's resolved to take a fall. Ugh. She leans in. You remind me of someone I met 9 years ago. She focuses in.
They sound lovely.
If you don't sign that paper, all of this will fall down on Beretta Pietro, the Stampede King. You'll be at our mercy.
At your mercy.
Frankly, Morales, I'm surprised you're willing to stand against the Pietro family. You know what William would do if he found out that Riviera hurt his daughter.
Well, William is an overly compassionate and soft-hearted man. I now have pieces of leverage that I could use to make sure that he never finds out. You care about your boys so much. We'll keep an eye on them. In that case, if you don't sign the piece of paper, they may exist exactly however they please. But you yourself, you will listen to the words of Riviera. You will act in our best interests.
Well, I've sold my soul once before. And if everything has to fall on the head of Beretta Pietro, the Stampede King, she stands up with the contract, then let it fall, and then she rips it in two.
Oh, holy crap. As you do that, you feel the miasma intensify again. This time it's growing crushing, oppressive.
Interesting. So if I were to guess, given by your little huddle over there, Mr. Kazuya, I'm assuming that you're going to make an attempt to hire them on in some form.
Oh, you've seen through me. That makes things so much easier.
Yes, but tell me, Mr. Kazuya, are you aware of Miss Pietro's affiliation with the factions?
How so? She's indebted at least slightly to you lot. She made some mistakes on that front. I suppose she's tied to the 13th Ward to a certain degree.
No. Not us. Gylardia.
Kazuya looks over at you, Beretta. He blinks a few times. Excuse me, what was that?
Gylardia. Oh, Kazuya, it was really easy to put 2 and 2 together after, well, we learned who the Stampede King was. Don't you think it's ever so slightly strange that one day the champion of Noctua and the Stampede King enter a Gylardian flagship, And then mere moments later, they exit, and suddenly the champion is no longer indebted to Gylordia.
He looks at you, Beretta. I think you need to explain yourself. And with that, Beretta, you feel a lot of the weight in the room shift. Something behind you almost seems to move around, and you see it. That same shadow that hung over your bed frame. No one else seems to see it but you, as it slowly shifts as if with the rattling of glass or bone. And you feel your tie, this lifeline that you felt in Kazuya start to snap, and almost to make it worse, at that exact moment, the elevator door dings open. Someone comes in. See him, red hair, exactly as planned, but someone else is with him. He walks in, almost dragging Hart by the back of his head, sort of throws him down on the ground. Caught this kid trying to sneak in. He throws a gun on the ground.
Yes, and I forgot to mention also affiliating oneself with a Falcotton spy.
Morales reaches down, picks up the gun. Strangest thing in the world. And she looks at it, and Beretta, you feel all of those eyes digging into you, waiting for answers. And then all at once, something breaks. The entire room freezes. Everything stops, and the creature behind you finally takes form. Real mean, don't you think? It runs a fading, broken, glassy arm along the back of the chair, moves next to you. So much hatred in one spot. I can almost punch through. It sways and moves back and forth. Beretta, you're almost held perfectly still. That was the plan, wasn't it? That boy over there. He'd be the one to pull you free. A shame. Moves past, looks at Fade. This one seems to be almost devoid of it. A lucky being. He Fade's expression remains fixed on you. This thing runs its hand along the side of Fade's face. I can't touch this one. Takes another step in this direction. What a strange creature this one is. It comments no further, but moves around. I would like to thank you. These people are full of so much overwhelming hate. There's so much directed towards them, but I couldn't find my way in until they all decided to hate you. Tap, 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 moves over. Oh. Looking at Papa Iris. Oh, poor, confused, sleeping one. I hope you wake. This would be a cruel thing to do to you in your sleep. Steps over here and pauses, looking back at you, Beretta. It starts to like think, consider. How about I do you a favor? Something from me to you, my dear champion. How about I make sure your plan succeeds? It takes one step forward, and it places a hand on Morales. And she, almost in your vision, starts to be overtaken by that same hideous, glassy texture. And she falls backwards into her seat. Oh, but one body won't be enough. Not for this plan. Steps over, getting close to you, Beretta. If you wanted a fake death, I will grant you the touch of a real one. For a time. It looks at you dead in the eyes. Consider this as a mark of my respect. It reaches up, and places one long digit between your eyes. You feel cold. Sleep for now. You will awake when it's all over. And Beretta, your eyes go dark.
Hello,
What
sleep
the
paralysis
fuck?
demon.
So, let's talk about what happens next. We catch up naturally to the point that that Chantilly and Prismane saw. Morales Testudo has collapsed, was what was stated. However, there is another reality of the situation that's evolving. Let me prep for a second.
Sleep paralysis demon's not super nice, Bruno. I guess he's pretty nice, Bruno.
He's nice.
Semi pseudo helpful.
He's part of the plan.
Yeah, he didn't kill me. It's great. He's a great guy.
That was not on schedule.
You
Then pencil it in.
let's do yeah, this one seems good. Time passes in the party room, and there's no sign of Beretta Teach. Not for a while. You actually you hear you hear that she was taken away by the other mob heads, and you actually sit with Delilah.
Oh, okay. Have we been conversing for a little bit now?
Like a
or just
little bit, probably like a minute or two at this point. You said hi, got
Hmm.
filled in on the situation, etc.
Okay. She's like, well, it's a bit concerning.
To
Thank
put
you
it
for
mildly.
informing me.
Of course. Admittedly, I really wanted to speak with you because, well,
She kind of frowns.
Well, if you don't mind me saying, I read the grapevine and learned more about the university's changes, and I think they're quite marvelous, actually.
She kind of stops a little bit and turns herself over a bit, leaning forward. Oh, okay. My apologies if I had a discussion earlier that made me. I thank you. I appreciate that. Doesn't sound like everyone is quite pleased with that.
She
But
kind of
you're not
narrows her
them,
eyes.
and that's. I'm sorry for assuming that.
You say the word, and you see like she's like got her hands on the table, and you watch her actually like dig her nails into the table. And she takes a deep breath. Quite all right. Apologies are unnecessary. No, I find your changes to be refreshing. We've been wanting changes there for quite some time, and unfortunately, Darren Way seemed disinterested in making modifications. I think this is a marvelous opportunity to get more people to our school. And Lord knows this town could use more plumbers and carpenters and, well, more hands-on work.
Absolutely. I got the paper press, but if you want the real mastermind for that, I mean, well, she kind of like points over across the table. That's my friend Song over there. He's the one who really heads a lot of the stuff. He's doing all the work.
You notice like on looking over, Song and Arch have actually been pretty like closely conversing.
Nice.
Song like looks over. Oh yeah, a lot of the ideas were mine, but like Teach was in charge of. Did you know we actually run a shop across the street from each other, and like this is one of the first times we really got an excuse to talk.
Really?
Yeah. he smiles. Arch smiles back at you two. And then they continue conversing.
Delilah has a very warm smile. And that's exactly why I wanted to do these parties. If I had all of the streets come together at once, they'd all disappear in the crowd once again, which is unfair to them. But if I can show them that there's more of a focus, that they aren't just another store to walk past and ignore, well...
She kind of thinks about that. I don't know if you've been able to hit up Antiquity Lane, but I know plenty of good business people there that will probably love some attention like that.
Oh, don't you worry, dear. They are on the list.
Well, that's good. It kind of stops a little. Thank you about that. It's nice to hear people are enjoying the way the university's turning out. I'm liking it. Again, I feel as though I feel as though it's a bit troublesome. There seems to be a lot of. I generally tend to stay out of all of this stuff, the games of business, politics, and other stuff like that. It's a bit unfortunate because the nature of it all, as much as I'd love to help, gets you involved with a bunch of people that sometimes are not. Well, a lot more people start looking at what you're doing, and a lot more people start wanting you to do things for them. You get into the game, and everyone wants you to play their rules, and so I do thank you. Though to a certain degree, I can't really. She kind of stops a bit. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, I have a few options I can make, and I'm looking forward to maybe working in the future with you to continue doing stuff with the university along with everyone. I'd love to spread the university's word around and get more people on. In fact, if you're able to send some help with getting it all set up, that would be miraculous. We need a lot of trade schoolers, but I think to some degree, if things get I don't know how much of a business partner I'll be able to be for you, because at the end of the day, the moment business starts getting in the way of my actual job, I tend to back off for business.
You notice that when you said the words, "I'm sorry" again, she dug her nails even deeper into the table, and she took another very deep breath, like trying to compose herself, and then she... I understand how uncomfortable it can be to be forced into a position that is not to your liking, especially if it feels like you are to be used as a tool, and let me assure you right now, Martha, if I may call you that.
Go ahead.
She nods. A partnership in a business should be mutually beneficial and, more importantly, comfortable for both sides. I may request your aid in the future, but I will not force your hand. If you don't like my proposition or you disagree with, well, who I work with, I will not fault you for that. But I do hope that we can in the future.
She stops a bit. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. It would be... She kind of thinks a little bit. Would it be quite rude to ask you a question about something that seems to be irritating you?
She looks at the table and she notices what she's done. You may, but... She looks at you and she has like one of the first times a very serious look. I may not provide you a full response.
She stops. With regard to that anger, is that directed to me or to the people you would like to call business partners who are supposedly in a partnership with you?
She actually lightens up a bit. Well, the anger is more towards my... I guess you could describe them as co-workers. We do want this town to be better, safer, and maybe just a little kinder if possible. Unfortunately, for people that have been, I hate to describe it this way, but playing the game for far longer than me, it's hard to adjust to new rules or the request for a new game to be played.
She kind of stops and thinks about that. I can understand that, at least a little bit. Really unfortunate when I thought that eventually I'd learn the rules of the game, but it seems like the generation before me keeps playing by their rules, and the generation after me plays by new rules. I think the biggest joke we found ourselves in is not making our own rules up, maybe.
I couldn't agree with you more, Martha. And that's one of my hopes, and why, she gestures to the room, I want to do this. Because, as I had mentioned earlier, there are so many problems for everyone that I'm going to miss them. But if I talk to people, I learn about them, I can get a whole new perspective, and maybe, just maybe, we can work together to make something a lot better for everyone. Not just for a few. She gestures to herself. I'm well aware of the position I hold and how it was acquired, which disgusts me.
She kind of thinks about that for a moment. You seem to be quite a pleasant person, and I appreciate you throwing this party. It seems like it's been helpful for a number of people. I suppose I've learned one thing, is that I agree in terms of partnerships in business. The only fair one is one that goes both ways.
Precisely.
And I suppose in that case, I must also be aware of that. I guess this is where it gets difficult, because when you make an agreement with someone, unfortunately, most of the time, you're not making an agreement with just them, huh?
No.
It's those partnerships, making agreements with a lot of other people as well. She kind of stops a bit. Not too long ago, Miss Illyria, she said to me that, well, she complimented you, actually.
You see Delilah actually light up hearing that.
She, I guess quite simply, she said that you were doing a good job. That the new leader of the Deltanos was a good one, I suppose is the way to put it. So, I was a bit surprised when I overheard what was going on at the university. I didn't know why, and I'm still not entirely sure. It seems as though things have lightened up a little bit, though, with the food tax, and I very much appreciate you doing that. She seems to be kind of uncomfortable about something. There seems to have been something that's been hanging over her head the entire time. And she seems to just try to, like, I'm sorry, I wish you would have gotten to me first. I'm in a rather weird mood right now, and I don't believe that should be. She stops again, and I apologize for apologizing again, because quite frankly, I shouldn't keep doing that if it keeps making you so mad.
Yeah, no, you notice, like, she put the fan up, and it's been kind of a roller coaster just watching her eyes. You can tell that when you bring up Illyria and how she mentions that she's doing a good job, she actually has warmth. But then the word sorry and I apologize keep being used more and more, and there is a temper growing, a fierce one that is palpable. And once again, she takes another very deep breath. I mean no disrespect, Martha, because immediately I can tell you are far more than the papers gave you credit for. You are indeed a wonderful woman, and honestly a blessing to this town. There's a kindness in you that I wish was shared amongst far more people. But I must be frank. I despise apologies, and I absolutely loathe the hollow words that are "I'm sorry."
She kind of frowns at that a little bit and stops. A word almost comes to her mouth, but she stops. All right, then. In that case, I will allow myself to speak a bit bluntly here. I may ask permission instead.
Of course.
If permission is asked, then there is no need for an apology. And if I'm granted it,
She actually lowers her fan again. And it looks like she actually almost says it, and then she like digs her fingers into the table again and takes a deep breath. Again, I mean no disrespect. It's just I've heard those words a few too many times, and they've hurt me. But please, proceed.
She stops then. In which case, I'll tell you with complete honesty, and this is in no ways a blow against you. I don't think I can trust someone who has business partners I can't trust, and I cannot trust the Iris and the Testudo family. She takes a second between that one. Not after what they've just done. Not after what I've seen them do now.
Delilah nods. I completely understand that. I don't fault you at all, believe me. And my biggest regret is that I am not in there to help her. Because, to be perfectly frank, and she has a small smile, Beretta has done some pretty dumbass things with the Deltano family.
She stops again. She kind of chuckles a little lightly there, and then like, I heard she was doing something.
Oh, yes, indeed. I hate to tattle on one of your students, but maybe, well, she puts the fan up again. Not immune to a little gossip.
Okay. She stops a little though, but I didn't see her when I came back, and you said what's going on? Where?
Well, this certainly doesn't help my case, does it? I had spoken with Beretta privately to discuss her new trading company, which sounds positively charming, as well as clear the air of our circumstances. I'll level with you. I'm still a little pissed about that, but I understand her intentions are good. My associates, Jean Mirage Iris and Morales Testudo, would disagree. And I had known that this meeting was going to transpire, of course, since I was supposed to be there. But apparently, according to them, I am compromised because I actually want people to have a chance.
Teach, your stomach begins to turn, and almost in that moment, you perfectly see it on the other side of the room, the exact moment that Delilah Deltano was turned away. A feeling almost residual in the room, the expression she had on her face. You feel it clear as day, and then your skin starts to crawl. Why was she turned away? Something is wrong. Something has to be wrong. And as you feel growing sympathy for Delilah, that feeling is actually flipped on its head. The feeling of growing dread. Right around then, doors to the hall are thrown open. A man rushes in. Hey, everyone, please take a seat. Stay here for now. Morales Testudo has collapsed. There's silence, deafening, complete silence. She's being taken down to the clinic right now. And from a different side of the room, you actually hear you hear a roar as William starts to process this situation. And my daughter, where's my daughter? And a man comes in through the doors, stress smoking, looking around. Yeah, everyone, you're gonna have to all sit down. Crap. Illyria starts to run over. My mom collapsed. Yeah. Fine, you go. She runs past as Illyria fucking burns line. Damn it. If you're not a Pietro or a fucking Testudo, sit the hell down. And William takes not a Pietro. What happened to my daughter? He runs his hair over his head really fast. They're taking her downstairs. She claps too. She's not breathing. Teach. You
Yeah.
feel something wash over you in a second. This fucking overwhelming feeling. Teach, roll to die for me.
Okay. Oh no. Oh, okay.
Hey, Teach, what are you doing? Time starts to almost slow down for you. You feel what must have been seconds pass as minutes, and the man in front of you starts to say it, mouth honestly trembling. The words are spoken aloud, and it's like dropping a stone into the surface of a lake. She's dead. Drop, drop. And in an instant, that lake begins to boil over. What are you doing?
Delilah, as you sit there, you notice something seemed to wash across Teach. She seems to, her breathing seems to get a little erratic for a moment as she holds herself there, and she stops a bit and turns. What the fuck? This is a fucking party.
Excuse me, what has happened?
People aren't supposed to die at parties. What the... She sits there a moment, saying something like that, holding on, and this time it's her turn to grip at the edge of the table. No, come on. She stops and turns over and notices the two standing there, and the chair scrapes across the floor as she stands up again, and she looks over across. The words kind of washing across again. She's dead. Teach is sitting here thinking, processing, stands up again. What did they do?
You feel someone breaking down next to you, absolutely bawling out of his mind. Just sit down, damn it. Like, we're trying to figure things out. She's downstairs in the testudo clinic. Just sit the hell down. You can't do anything.
She reaches over and notices that William is there. They killed her, didn't they?
That thought rushes through your head.
Move.
I'm gonna have to ask you to act on it. He takes a step backwards. Whoa, no, stay.
Move now. Get out of my way. Move.
Hey, Teach.
Mm-hmm.
Do it.
Okay. Sure thing, buddy. Let's see. I'm gonna. Ooh. It's honestly a bit sloppy. She moves forward and swings forward and just tries to punch him right in the face. It's just this slow but furious thing that she swings forward with. Actually, that's not a 1. She locked in red, so that's...
Yeah, so it's still significantly higher. You deck this man in the face and he stumbles backwards, sort of righting himself. Blood starting to run down his nose. And he draws himself up and fucking pulls out a pair of brass knuckles. William collapses on the ground behind you. That situation continues to play out. But elsewhere in the building, something else is happening. Beretta, you're starting to wake up.
Oh, good.
It's the strangest feeling in the world. You don't... It's like your body is just overwhelmed. It's so numb, crushed by the weight of something big, but your eyes sort of slowly open and close again and again. And you hear people talking around you. It's this light conversation. Okay. We've got to try resuscitation. If it fails, the Deltanos get the body. Yeah, okay. How's Morales doing? Probably a lot worse than her. Well, she can't be doing much worse. They look at you for a second. Let's get to the boss. See what's happening over there. Someone runs down the hallway. They quickly round the corner. She needs help. She needs help right now. Yeah, coming. They sprint around. And Beretta, your finger twitches. Then your leg. Then yes, you're awake and your eyes snap open. This is the Testudo Clinic. They put you down on a stretcher. You start to breathe again, your lungs aching for air.
Where am I? What's going on? Am I strapped down?
You're not. You're on the stretcher, almost thrown to the ground.
Do I recognize that I'm in the Testudo Clinic?
You do.
I lay back down and play dead.
This thing flutters around you. Oh, it was quite the sight to behold. They immediately disregarded you. You weren't very important compared to the one in the other room. Kind of sad in its own way. It flutters over. If you want to move, now's your chance, by the way.
Are you going to tell me what you are?
I think it would be a little presumptuous of me to say I was a friend. I am someone who benefits from your patronage. Everything that you've done for the city has helped me so much. This is my form of a thank you. Unfortunately, I can only put those to sleep who have intense animosity pointed towards them. It moves towards you. That woman in the other room is so choked by miasma, grudges gained over almost 200 years, that I could snuff out her life with a touch. I decided to leave her alive for now, so that you might have a chance at flight. It looks back at you. That was your plan, was it? The schedule? Unfortunately, I must say, it leans in, and you notice an aspect of it. I'm rather good at keeping time.
Beretta's still just trying to process everything that's going on. She's coming to the realization that it didn't kill Morales.
Oh, she's very much alive.
It's fine. It's fine. This is what was supposed to happen. Nobody's dead. This is why I don't mess with these ghost things. I need to go.
Oh, I'm getting less ghostly by the day, thanks to you.
I don't know what any of that means. I don't get any of this.
It floats forwards and then looks down. Oh, awful lot of animosity down this hallway.
Wait, I can't.
Looks back at you. You look down. You don't know what's happening down there. It watches you start to walk towards that room that Noctu was in, then turn around and lets out a slight chuckle, almost like a fucking cicada removing its shell. It's a grotesque sensation. And you move out of the Testudo Clinic. It's so weird to see Pinion Tower this empty. So full of life, yet this fucking empty. You start to wander out, and the hallways seem barren as well. So weird seeing it like this. Let me make sure the right characters are on this map. You feel like you've been given a second chance here, maybe? This thing helped? Question mark?
I think.
You're not sure what's happening. Seems plenty grateful to you, but that's such a strange sensation. This thing writhes and wriggles in hatred. Why isn't so attached to you?
You know, I was never jealous of Salif. Not even for a minute. And his seems to be a lot nicer than mine.
How dare you, friend?
You come to this hallway and you find a man who has been punched into a wall.
Did you do that?
No, the quality of this man's hatred is so low. It floats by, barely a meal in this one. The creature stops as you see someone actually wandering the halls. Catching you up, Tilly. Your last few minutes have been real weird. You hadn't heard news of Bretta Pietro's death. You've only heard the chaos. Just that Morales Testudo collapsed. Bretta Pietro was an afterthought. There was some chaos in the clinic. You've sort of been wandering in a daze. You do not see the thing currently clinging to Beretta. You look up and see her, though.
Oh, Beretta, what happened?
I'm glad it's you. I'm not sure. I think we're in that abyss off of the scheduled pages.
Oh, I didn't have time to read it. What? I don't understand.
Don't worry. Do you see this thing behind me?
You mean the man over there? What happened to him?
No, that wasn't me.
The creature floats close to you. It only makes sense that she couldn't. And then it gets close to Bijou. It stops and it peers in. Oh, poor forgotten thing. And then floats back.
Did you see where my brother went? He was right.
No, okay, how do I explain this?
Are you okay? Hurt? Did they didn't do anything to you. You look okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. I think I died.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, it's hard to explain. I think I need to leave. This isn't how it was supposed to happen, but it's close enough.
Okay, you need to like run and go and like hide?
Yeah, you shouldn't come. Take care of yourself, okay? Weird things are happening.
Oh, okay. Okay. What do I do? Is there anything I can do?
If I knew, I'd tell you.
Do I tell I saw you? What do I tell your dad?
Where's my dad? Where is he?
I don't know. Last I saw him was when we left.
Oh, I can feel that one. That is a lot of hatred. The creature looks straight up. And that's the direction of your apartment, Beretta.
He's home. Okay, I think that's where I need to go.
You're gonna... She like looks up and follows Beretta's line of sight.
You're gonna... Oh, your house is up there, right? You're gonna...
Yeah, my house. I'm not... I don't think I'm going to heaven.
No, I knew it was your house. I don't understand.
I don't either. I'm really sorry to be springing this up on you.
Okay, so you're gonna go home.
I'm gonna go home, and then I think I'm gonna go away for a while. At least until all this clears up.
Oh, okay. All right, okay.
But you could tell that Beretta, she's shaking, she's like shook up, and she grips her fist and she looks at her and she says, because she realizes that in this moment she has to be strong again. But we're gonna go square dancing again.
No, shut up. Come here. Okay, all right, you go home, you talk to your dad, you figure out what you gotta do. You always know. Okay?
I need to make sure he's okay, because if they find out that Morales Testudo is dead and I am not, then I think they're going to blame me.
So she died?
I don't think so yet, but something about hate and emotion and I don't get it, but I don't know. I can't be here now.
Okay. All right, be careful, okay?
Yeah. And she runs off
Your friend
to the elevator, I guess.
Yeah, you run to the elevator. Your friend floats behind you. That man was actually unconscious, for just so you know. No surprises there.
Nobody's died in a while. I'd be surprised if it started happening today.
Oh, they're going to be very confused. You wind up going your separate ways. And you ride that long elevator up with your new friend sticking with every step of the way. And at one of the floors, it seems like they just stop there. I'm going to get off. Enjoy your time. And they phase through the fucking elevator door. And you ride it up to the top. And you come in to a familiar place. Everything is dead silent, but you're pretty sure you hear remnants of someone sobbing.
Big gun.
Let me grab your fancy pog. Oh, that's William again. Never mind.
Two Williams. The evolution is
You're an
complete.
ancient woman. In fact, you're an ancient man.
Let me grab this. Doink, doink. Okay. Oh, thank you. Yeah, Bretta, you come in with a loud ding.
Hello, is anybody home? Please say that you're home. Please say you're home.
There's silence. Bretta?
She's picking up, like, guns.
William?
Dad, you're okay.
William turns around. What is happening? He walks over. Are you okay? Are you okay? He runs over and starts shaking you. He's crying.
I'm okay. I'm fine. I can't explain what's going on right now. It's not what I expected to be going on right now.
You're alive though. You look at Teach. Teach has a black eye.
Teach?
She just kind of stares a bit. Greta? She just kind of looks. Her face seems to sour a little bit.
Don't look so disappointed.
Just a few minutes ago, She stops a bit. Just a few minutes ago, I would have, this was the thing I wanted to see most. Now I'm, Bretta? I need you to answer me honestly right now, okay? She kind of stops and turns. No. William.
Yeah, he almost seems to snap himself out of it a little bit.
No, hug your damn daughter.
He does, but he's thinking about something.
He just kind of looks away for a moment and holds up a bag of ice to her eye again.
How'd you get that?
I made a promise when your sister was born. Given a choice between you and the world, I would choose you every time. I was so damn close to making that choice tonight. You feel all of the sadness fucking radiate from this man, and then he takes a step backwards. There's no time for that. What happened? Did they know you're alive? What did they do in that room?
I'm sure they'll find out soon enough. I don't know how to explain this. When the meeting went on, kind of as expected, and in a moment, everything seemed to stop, and something new Teach.
What?
Something froze time and started talking, and it walked around to everybody in the room and said that it was my friend, and it went over to Morales and touched her and stopped her heart. I think it did the same thing to me.
But you're back.
Do you mean a... She stops a bit. One of those things.
Well, it didn't look like a regular person.
She stops a bit. Okay.
William stops, looks at Teach. I don't understand the situation fully, but I do know how Riviera works. And if Morales dies, this apartment will be set ablaze in the morning. He turns around and looks at you, Beretta. We're leaving the country.
Are you sure? Just like that?
He nods. We can take refuge in Feather's Landing. Go hide out elsewhere. Until the situation is cleared up, you can't be around Riviera. He clasps both of your shoulders again. I was a damn fool to let you interact with them in the first place. Can you forgive me?
No, don't apologize for anything. You said yourself that you let me make my own mistakes, and those mistakes will belong to me. So you don't get to apologize for that. I'm the one that gets to apologize.
Beretta, I imagine, is tearing up a little bit too. Yeah. he looks down and he thinks about it. A long time ago on Feather's Landing, a man shot me and threw me into the ocean. Just this sad little drainage ditch. I thought my life was over. Everything was taken from me. My company, my friends, they all turned their backs on me. But, Beretta, I've never been more proud of you. I'm so glad you're my daughter, because it feels like you've been borrowing all this strength from the future. If time came for you to pay it back, and you're still standing, well, he actually like unclasps his tie and like pulls down the corner of it, and you see this fucking grisly gunshot from his collarbone down. You're a survivor just like me, I guess.
She kind of stops, she wipes her eyes and she smiles and she says, well, you know what they say about the Rugers with one horn.
Least lucky people in the entire world.
But that lack of luck will lead us to our destiny.
He grins again, the smile coming back. I have things I need to do. Teach, could you look after her for a while?
Yeah. Teach stops for a moment and kind of turns over to Beretta and sees him go. Should take a seat.
He's actually laying down for a minute longer than I am accustomed to, so I actually don't mind doing a couple jumping jacks. Kind of glad to be moving.
Take a seat, Beretta.
She sits down.
Cheech kind of sits down too and stops her. This next question, I might feel really bad if, but I just need to know because it's you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Like, everything went really crazy. You're doing okay?
Yes. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how I'm gonna fix it yet. But Beretta Pietro is okay.
She stops and puts the ice pack on the table for a second. And she kind of looks at you. Is this all part of the plan? William's not here. You can say it, and I expect you to answer quite honestly when you tell me this.
She looks down and she stops for a second. Yes and no. I did go in there with the intention of going into that meeting and quote unquote not coming out. But because of people like you, people like my dad, people like Noctua, Seliph, Cassius, all of them, Bijou, I suddenly didn't feel so good about dying for real.
She blinks. You were planning on dying? No.
Well, fake dying. It was really cool. There's this gun that it doesn't shoot through pianos. Look I have a piano in my shirt.
She looks down at you and then looks back up. Greta?
Yeah, here it comes.
No, Bretta, look at me.
She looks at her.
What do you look? She points up at her eye. I thought you died. That was the point? Are you really telling me right now that why did you think that was the right option?
I was gonna tell you.
You didn't.
You disappeared.
Stops.
I even asked. I had this cool moment where I asked all the mafia bosses if I could go tie up some loose ends before they killed me.
Stops and blinks. No, Bretta. Who have you told?
Oh, now there's you. Oh, and by the way, I'm also the Stampede King. You'll be finding out about that soon.
She puts her hands in her head in her hands. Beretta, who knows?
Well, Bijou knows that I'm okay. And my dad knows that I had something planned for tonight.
He didn't sound like he did.
Well, I wasn't supposed to actually die.
She stops. But you were still going to make everyone think you did, right? The plan to stage your death and whisk yourself away while all this was going on?
Yeah, that was the plan.
Have you told Noctua?
How is she?
You didn't.
I couldn't visit her because mob territory, obviously, and was worried about that there was a little bit of heat on me and
there was time.
Either facade or...
Why is this something you needed to hide from everyone?
Because up until this month, I didn't know that there was anybody else who could help.
Hey, Teach.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a roll to die.
Okay.
I want to know how you're feeling.
Oh no, I should stop being the high.
No, I think that's. I think in this moment it might hit you of the cruelty of this situation.
Okay. Oh, right.
You know, that red stat, the other side of it.
Yeah. She stops a bit. Bretta. Oh God. She puts the ice pack up to her eye real quick and lets it sit there for a moment. Bretta, I don't think it can go without saying that I'm very disappointed in your choice of action.
Yeah, I kind of knew that was coming.
And you went through with it anyways.
As I tend to do.
Did you not trust me?
I did trust you. I just wanted to keep it close to the vest because I didn't want to be convinced not to. I think I've done something that's really going to help this city.
Beretta. She kind of stops a bit and composes herself just a little bit. Hey. Okay. Beretta. Your plan, it worked. But do you realize how insane that sounds? What you just said? you didn't want to tell anyone because you thought you'd be convinced out of it? Beretta, that means you didn't want to do it. Beretta, I'm disappointed, but I'm not mad at you. Okay? Please. Why did you feel like you had to do this over any other options? Beretta, you are one of the smartest people in my class. You are a genius, and you are reliable, talented. Why was something like this the thing you wanted to do? This plan, you put it together, you succeeded. None of that's I'm questioning. But why like this?
Well, Teach, I think that's where you're wrong. I'm not the smartest. I'm not the best. I just work really hard. And sometimes, if I work really hard, things work out. And that's how my life's always been. That's how my sister, it's the opposite of what my sister was. My sister had everything going for her and she chose not to. But I was the one who could work hard and overcome it despite all the odds. And Indigo just felt like another thing that I had to overcome.
Beretta, that's... I guess you're a bit humble too, because you've done so many things that are... You've done a lot. You are also a hard worker. Yeah, sure. She stops a bit. Don't undersell yourself. What? She stops a little bit again and just thinks... Please tell me again, why this? Why specifically? You said this was supposed to be a problem you were supposed to overcome. Why didn't you reach out if it was going to lead to something like this? This isn't the decision you make when... This isn't a win. You can't look me in the face and say this is a win. It's a win for your business. It's a win for the city. It's not for you.
Beretta, you start to put it together. One after the other, it all clicks. This situation is working exactly as you planned. It's honestly almost ideal. With your projection, with the way that Kazuya will act, he'll definitely take care of your boys. They're set. It's easy street. And with the way that there's chaos in the mob, you're sneaking away perfectly fine. That's not unbelievable, but why? There's someone who loses here. And it's like that bit starts to hit you just a little bit. In terms of objectives, you succeeded with flying color. And that starts to sort of set in, cogitate in your head a little bit.
I guess that's... She starts to laugh, honestly. I guess that's the problem. I just haven't been proven wrong yet.
Proven wrong about what?
I think a lot of people win, and I'm always the one who loses, but tonight...
Tonight you still lost.
No, because I've been wearing a lot of hats, literally and figuratively, for a long time. And I've known so well who the student council president is, and I've known so well who the Stampede King is. And I think I finally have some time to figure out who just regular old Beretta is.
She stops a little bit. It's great, I guess. She stops and thinks, I hope you use that time well. Beretta, do you want to know why I'm mad?
Yeah.
She stops a little bit. I'm mad because I know that I'm mad because you let them win in a way that you didn't let yourself beat them. Because I do think you could have beat them, and you probably could have, but... What? You you should spend some time to think, but please, God, don't ignore other people when they're trying to help you, Beretta. You're trying to save this city? Why? Tell me why right now. What is it about the city do you want to save?
I guess it's also actually kind of selfish, honestly. I come from a great family. Not in the world, but in this city at least. It's a great family. And when you're kind of held up to such lofty expectations, you have to figure out what you're going to do to carve your own name into the world, aside from my surname. And I started to realize something, that I want the world to remember that Beretta Pietro lived, and she was good. And I don't think I'm there yet, so I don't think I'm done.
Okay.
But I want that to be a truth that everybody understands. And it's a little bit of a lofty goal. When I was a kid, I used to say I was going to be the president of the planet or something, and I don't think that's realistic. But I think I can make that truth.
She stops a little. You're right about one thing. You have a lot to think about. Because this whole thing about what you want to be a truth, you want to give that out there, you want to make people believe. That's the thing, Beretta, with this city. You can't make everyone believe something like that. Not if you don't believe it yourself. And she stops a little bit again, and taking multiple pauses in this, she's kind of struggling with something. Beretta, you talk too good, you know that?
Yeah, that's the one thing I am good at.
You're really good at dodging around this stuff. Really good at saying all this stuff and going forward. But how am I supposed to believe any of that if you've already done this to yourself once? I can tell you why I will. It's because I trust you. Maybe like an idiot. But that's me. Because I want to trust you. Okay? But she stops a bit. Look, I'm gonna come from experience here. When failure seems inevitable, it becomes so goddamn easy to make failure a part of the plan. I don't think I need to preach to you about why this is a loss like I have been. You know. But Beretta, you need to stop. You need to... What do you want people to realize that Beretta Pietro is good? Is that what you want?
She nods.
Then you need to be good to yourself and to others. And nothing about this is good. Treating yourself like this is just going to hurt everyone who cares about you. And by extension, deciding to do this is going to hurt all of the people that you're swearing to protect right now. You need to understand that this isn't a game in the sense that everyone else in the city likes to play it. You keep spinning these plates, and at the end of the day, the only one you're going to shake without making anyone mad is your own. But again, this isn't a game. When you drop that and it shatters, by making that choice, you're gonna end up... You're not removed from this. You're a plate too, I guess. And when that one drops and it shatters, well, everyone who cares about that one's gonna get pretty pissed off. You understand that?
She looks at Teach's black eye and kind of realizes what she just said. I guess I've kind of always looked at it like, if a little bit of pain is going to be what allows everybody to smile, then I'm willing to let that happen. Or I was, but I mean, that happened pretty quick, that black eye.
She stops a bit, and she actually, for the first time since talking to her, just kind of chuckles very slightly. Ow.
At the meeting with Kazuya, you mentioned kind of carrying a torch and feeling like you needed to pass on that torch because you couldn't carry it anymore.
No. I said I didn't want to carry it alone, per se. And I was happy to, passing it over, sure. But like a relay race, you run your part and you give it to someone else, right?
Right. Which, starting to feel like I've ran my leg. And you look rested up, right?
Staring at you.
I mean, by necessity, I'm going to have to be gone for a while, and I'd hate for all of my hard work to go to waste. I'd hate for it to all be for nothing.
She frowns a bit. What are you about to ask?
I'm not going to ask for you to do anything that you wouldn't already do. And she reaches to her hip and she pulls out her heirloom gun. Line Walker. The gun that her father gave to him. The gun that shot him and put him in a ditch.
You gonna shoot me or something?
No, I already pulled that play. It's a joke. Well, I did, but...
No, what?
When my dad was shot by this gun, something like 20-something years ago. And a few years ago, he gave this gun to me. And I asked him, why would you keep something that hurt you so bad? And my mother actually spoke up. And she said that those who choose to be kind, despite an unkind world, have to be willing to defend it. And there's nothing better to defend this world with than a weapon you already know works. And I can say without any arrogance that there is no better weapon to defend this city with. And I can't think of anybody better than you to carry that weight for me just a little bit.
She looks at it. Teach feels a weird sense of dread wash over her again. She swallows a bit, and she reaches over and takes a look at the gun, holding it in her hands. Beretta. You said something there that concerns me. Not there, back at the meeting. You said that you thought I was the quote unquote only one to save this city. And you're absolutely wrong about that. I can't do that by myself. But I can see that you've been trying your absolute best to do something. I really want to yell at you right now for even giving me this goddamn gun, but I can't because, well, I think more accurately, I want to yell at everyone else. Because all you wanted to do, I guess, was put this in a situation where maybe this city could do better. But having to do something big and dumb like this, well, that's the nature of this city too, isn't it? Well, is it?
I guess it is.
And she stops. I'm gonna take this then. Because the only thing that pissed me off more than you doing something like this again was seeing all of this be absolutely for nothing, because that would prove something I fear very right too. She holds on to it for a bit. But Beretta, I need you to promise me something now. I need you to promise me. Kind of thinks a bit. You said that no one has proven you right yet, or wrong yet, about this whole thing where you get to lose. Where everyone wins, you lose in the end. That's just the reality of things for you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you've manipulated yourself into a great situation where even if you lose, you win. In fact, losing's part of the plan. I'm gonna fuck that up for you right now. And you're gonna win at the end of this. Someone will finally show you that you're allowed to win, okay?
I'd like to see that, Martha Teach.
Kind of stares at you. In return, never let this city beat you again.
Who said it did?
She stops and looks. You don't get to act all high and mighty. I say you did. The city might have come out on top because you decided to help it, but you lost. Personally. But you made that part of the plan, and you know what? She stops a bit. I'd like you to find something inside yourself that makes you want to scream and tear apart that belief that you're not allowed to win too. Okay?
Well, I got rid of my schedule, so I guess I'll just have to commit that one to memory, my new homework assignment.
She sighs a bit. Yeah, sure, make it that. Figure out something for yourself, please. Enjoy your break. She stops a bit. She holds the gun, and I'm gonna need you to holster.
Oh, we've got those. Look around you.
She leaves it on the table for a second, then. I hope it's worth it, too. Hope after all this, the city comes out looking nice. You come out with a good smile on your face and a way you're gonna go forward. And I hope most of all that everyone forgives you.
I do too. But I can understand why they wouldn't. How much do you believe in destiny, Martha Teach?
She stops and thinks a bit. Biggest load of bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Right? I thought the same thing. But sometimes certain coincidences just can't be explained. Like, for example, that gun that you're holding, it has the Pietro seal on it. On that seal is a bow. And go figure, because as you know, I'm not a big fan of history. My family invented the gun, the firearm, as a weapon to surpass the bow of Noctua. And that's what's on that gun. And so I'm starting to feel like things will have a weird way of working themselves out.
She kind of looks at that again, and her mind goes back to Noctua again, and again, she's just... Okay, Beretta. I have absolutely no choice but to accept that, I guess. Because at the end of the day, she kind of turns over to you a bit. I made that decision a little while back, a couple weeks ago. Foolish, brazen as I am, to trust you and trust your plan. He kind of turns and looks at her and kind of stands up a little bit. I don't like this one bit, and I bet you knew I wouldn't. And I'm angry that you decided to keep it from me anyways. But I did make you a promise, didn't I?
You did.
Okay.
And that open book that I put on the table and asked for you not to read?
Yeah?
Well, I guess you can read as much as you want now.
She kind of looks at you. Yeah, pretty damn open.
You say that, and the elevator dings open. Earlier, and almost in a hurried rush, William runs into the clinic and then stops, seeing Tilly there, actually. And he stops, he turns, and he looks at you. And he walks forward. I have a favor to ask of you. Please, he bows.
Oh, okay.
You're the only one that I think can help me. I need an Iris's help. I need to
Yes.
get my daughter out of the city.
Okay.
He looks around and then takes another step this way. And he pauses. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for being her friend. Starts to walk. Bijou, what's the plan? You going with?
Yeah, she was like zoning out even when
Yeah.
you walked up, but then she
Yeah.
just kind of like sits there, stares after him, and realizes like, oh, right now I got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's almost like everything's moving at a snail's pace for her, but it's still hitting her with the same weight.
Elevator dings open. These two come back in. Teach, you've got a holster now. Beretta, you've collected your personal belongings.
I guess we're really going.
Only for now. When this situation works itself out, we'll be back. He looks over to Teach. You seem to be doing better. He looks at you again.
Yeah.
Oof, but a whole lot worse, too. He looks at the gun on your shoulder. I'm sorry. And then he walks away.
She kind of looks and stops and turns over and moves. I want to hear it from you too. Don't make him apologize for you.
Yeah, I'm gonna make him take it back. But yeah. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to you, Chantilly, and I'm sorry to everybody, and I know it's gonna hurt, but I really do think it's for the best.
She stops a bit and looks at Beretta. And a part of her really wants to like stand up in this moment and give her some good farewell or do something. She wants to say something that'll bring the mood up of her student just a little bit. But the words just kind of seem to capture in her mouth, and she just stops there for a moment. Don't die for real while you're gone.
I came pretty close, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that I'm not a fan.
Good. I'm borrowing this, not taking it.
Well, I have square dancing that I have to do and a gun to collect, so...
She holds up the schedule. Borrowing this too.
Alright.
Okay, everybody ready? He's got 2 big suitcases. Oh boy. They're going to know we left in a rush, but that's a problem for somebody else to handle. I'll tell Genjiro someone to get on it. He says, wandering over here. Shall we?
Okay. Alright. It's gonna be kind of hard to get there, but...
Tilly, you start to recite Iris secret paths in and out of the city. There's a path out of the basement, and it isn't too long before you find yourselves actually out on the docks. Not a single soul seeing you.
As per usual.
I'm so sorry. You find yourself out on those docks that just a few days earlier you were enjoying. And you aim to see the 2 off. Thank you both. Thank you. He bows.
Beretta
Beretta,
also bows.
have you
And
said your goodbyes?
yeah, I guess I should where I can.
You know,
And she doesn't look up. She's like head to the ground almost.
Beretta,
Thank you guys so much.
Take some pictures for me, okay?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Teach walks up, and you kind of see her feet first before you see her as she kind of stands right there and basically puts herself in an awkward position where you kind of have to look up. And she kind of stops right there. You haven't even taken one step out of here. Don't you dare bow your head to me yet.
She looks up.
You better own it. Walk out there and own it and come back and prove me wrong, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna prove you wrong. I'm gonna prove you super wrong.
She kind of like... Just... Get out of here. She kind of like rubs her head again.
One more favor.
Another one? Okay, fine.
It's an easy one.
Yeah?
Make sure you take Noctua treasure hunting.
Okay. All right. Looking forward to seeing you in good health, Beretta.
I'll see you on the other side.
Don't say that.
What is that? I don't even know what that means. What is the origin of that saying?
It sounds like you're saying you're gonna see me in the afterlife.
Nobody dies here.
You say proudly, taking your first steps onto that dock. You start to walk, every individual footfall sending up another clatter across the cold pier, and you descend into this overwhelming fog, along with your father. It's quite a trip to Feather's Landing, or wherever the hell you're going. But for now, you'll head out, regroup, come back, ready to fight this city once more. And, just like that, almost frustratingly so, time moves cruelly onwards. The events of a single day seem to pop so much. Feels like Vales was just yesterday, but almost immediately, it feels like the month's over. The days pile one after the other, and the rumors of Beretta Pietro stop being news and start to descend into simple hearsay. Group of civilians talk to each other. Damn, did you hear about Beretta Pietro? He used to run a gang and then mysteriously vanished.
I heard she got in trouble with the mob.
Eesh. Wish that wasn't me. Like, glad that isn't me, I guess. Well, either way around it, Pietro family's out of town now. Hops up on the, cart. Somewhere else. In the, in a building newly purchased with the efforts of Beretta Pietro, a few people gather. There we go. And that's it. That's all the leads she had.
Well, not a lot, huh?
Not too much, but it's enough. Thanks. Waves.
Yeah, alright. Randolph kind of leans back in the chair. Well, new person's taking boss's disappearance pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, everything's working out okay for us, so like, I mean, she just disappeared. Like, she does this. She does this for days. They kick back up. But, I mean, I guess for now, title suits you pretty good, second chairman.
He kind of leans back again. Feels kind of funky, but I'll try my best, I guess.
You got this, boss.
You settle back and into the big old chair. In a different district. These people sort of gather. Did you hear? I think Brenda Pietro just dropped dead. First dead person in Indigo. Body went missing, right? That means the Deltanos might have grabbed it or something.
Weird. I actually... It's weird just to hear someone disappear like that. I actually heard like the mob like killed her or something.
Yeah. I hear Morales Testudo was out of the action for a little while. Conscious now, but still bedridden. May quietly discuss the passage of time, ekes ever onwards. In the university, teach, you get back to it. Teaching class, making sure everything's going okay. This is your history course. This is our Rausian history you were so excited to teach.
And she is, again, putting things up. The last 2 weeks have kind of been a haze, I guess, then, but she, there's still a sinking feeling in her gut that holds her here, a missing presence throughout the city, something that has been off-putting for her. But she's not gonna let a promise for one student ruin the days of any other students or anything like that. She's still got a responsibility to them, too. And she kind of stops and thinks a little more and tries to muster something together. And then eventually...
And then you hear a noise. Disruption from the far side of the room. People enter.
Teach stops and turns over, and a sinking feeling begins to intensify again. She speaks up. Excuse me, class is in session. Can I ask you all to leave for now?
We're sorry to interrupt. Could you please accompany us? Morales Testudo is awake and wishes to speak to you.
She stops a bit and sinks, and finally this thing seems to wash over her. She kind of glances around again, seeing she knew this would eventually happen, most likely. It's inevitable. But she grits her teeth and just goes, why'd it have to be right now? And sighs out. Okay, we're gonna start history up next time then, everyone. New block, but instead, I'm gonna leave it to self-study. See if you can pursue something else with Rauji for a little bit. And when I get back, we'll get sorted with the actual main course. She starts to move and start heading up this way.
They nod to you and start to accompany you out of the building. This one almost seems to stop and look at Mallow. As if there's a look of recognition there.
When that happens, Teach moves very suddenly, and he feels a hand press against his shoulder very, very firmly. A very iron grip within inside of her that just latches onto him. It's self-study time. Let's go.
Quietly nods and continues on, almost a little shocked.
She stops, breathes, and moves forward, stepping up. That sinking feeling inside of her wasn't sadness, nor was it anything like akin to any sort of fear, even maybe a bit of dread. But that sinking feeling inside of her was this smoldering rage. And she feels it weighing on her almost like the weight of that line walker which still sits snugged, secretly, quietly, almost unnoticeably inside of her lab coat.
And somewhere else, something a little happier is happening. Somebody's trying to clear the air with their daughter a little bit.
Planning to do, Popsicle.
Chantilly, are you going to eat your food?
thought I wanted this, but I feel my stomach has turned. I think I wanted a different sort of flavor, but...
We can always order you something else.
No, I can just bring this home and eat it later.
I see. He kind of like looks around. You notice that your father actually like on the table, like folded up. He has a grapevine paper sitting there. And he looks up to you. Well then, would you still at least like a drink of some kind?
Yeah, okay, I'll have a tea or something.
Very well. He goes to like fly down later, and then someone waltzes on in.
You feel someone running up behind you, almost rushed. You hear the heavy footfalls and the panting first, and the air in the room starts to sort of change, or the air in the outside. You feel a sense of tension growing. And this person runs up and walks over and just climbs over into the corner and whispers something in Pop Iris's ear.
I see. Go back to headquarters.
Takes a step back and nods.
As he goes away, Pop Iris kind of like stops for a second, puts both of his shoulders on the table, plants his face in his hands, and just kind of like...
Must be something pretty important to interrupt our lunch.
Yes, he takes his face out of his hands and like leans back in the chair. We've been robbed.
Oh no, how terrible. I'm sure we can't buy 15 more.
No, Chantilly. Not us. The entire Riviera has been robbed.
Oh no, how terrible. It's not like you can buy 30 more.
I see.
That news weighing rather heavily on you. You start to look up and think. It's such a strange sensation. It's like, it almost feels like that levity starts to spread from Chantilly to you. In this moment, it's such a weird thing. This is a moment of crowning dread, actually. Something absolute. Jean Mirage. Something he feared. Honestly, like a nightmare come true, but almost immediately. Chantilly seems to smash that. You feel almost a smile start to creep across your face. A sense of levity.
Very well, let's get that to you then.
You decide to continue on.
Papa! Oh, Papa!
Papa!
However, still more that changed in the city. With the Stampede King gone and her gang off the street, it caused a certain imbalance in power. Most people wouldn't notice it, but for some, this balance of power was literally everything.
Oh, the boys.
Yep. Down here, Galev sort of watches a group of citizens being taken away from Tempest. Still doing their absolute best to hit quota after all, and somebody's got to stand in the way. This guy sort of like leans around the corner. Okay, kind of wish we had more people here. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna have to make do. He looks around. Things were a lot easier a few weeks back. Yeah, why the hell did the Stampeders have to go legit? Galev actually looks over at this guy. Listen, it's a good goal to have. Like, what we're doing right now is important too, but at the same time, boss gave him a dream then vanished. Honestly, we should be honoring that sacrifice by working twice as hard, right? Easier said than done. Yeah. Well, let's get to it. Galev stands up and walks over. It's such a departure from where he was. It was normally an ambush with a whole bunch of people, Beretta in tow, but now it's just good old Galev and maybe the one or two guys who's willing to risk their lives for this shit. And he strolls in. Hey everyone, nice night we're having here. And he takes a step forward. All the Tempest guys like turn around and look at him. Yeah, it is. Move along. Oh. Oh wow, then you don't recognize me then. You're the one who's been giving us hell lately? He thinks. No, actually. Might give you a bit of hell right now though. Takes a step forward. So, please, whatever quota you gotta meet, don't do it tonight, huh? Why don't we let these nice people go on their way? As this person starts to reach for their weapon, Galav is going to attempt to strike first.
Oh.
He quickly cocks a punch back and almost immediately used to dealing with these Tempest grunts. He gets ready to deck one in the face. He reels back and it just impacts the armor. Nothing. A dead, empty hit. Looks down at him. This is supposed to be some kind of a joke. He takes a step back. Oh, crap, okay. He puts up his dukes. Well, let's get to it then. Galav has been making this a habit over the course of the last few nights, but right around that moment, there's a whistling sound. And something actually impacts the person immediately next to him. They almost seem stuck to the place by something. And then there's another arrow shot and another impact. This guy drops. Galav immediately rushes forward. Oh, hell yeah, now we're talking! He throws himself into the fray as all of the people begin to bear down on him. This unknown support actually managing to back him up from a distance. Every individual hit seems to drive it home, and these two manage to scoot away successfully. Someone actually from a nearby rooftop is lending him support. Thumb hat pulled down overhead. She takes the shot and hops down, running up and joining him. Almost taking formation with the remaining bits of the gang, she throws herself into the mess. Oh, heck yeah! Wait, you're that girl who got dragged away on a stretcher the other day. Yeah, I am. She throws herself backing Galav up. The two manage to drive this back, the city regaining a little bit of its gang's strength. For now, though, might as well call me the Stampede King. Even as everything starts to move forward, even as time rolls on, even as the dice roll unpredictably again, Beretta's thrown sort of into this abyss, this unknowing fog, everyone with her. But, something begins to stir. Something changes within the city. Something about the spirit that these people fought for and left behind is starting to make things move. All of the bits of Indigo that have fallen away to deep slumber are beginning to open their eyes. A threat issued by Morales Testudo and a promise. Don't wake the dragon.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh.
And with that, Chapter 1 comes to a close. Thank you for joining me, everyone.
Very nice.
So,
Game.
Chapter 2! 3 new players! Say hi to 2 of them!
Hi.
Hello.
I'm Clouch.
And there are naturally 2 remaining. So that brings us to an end with chapter 1. Thank you everyone for joining us. Thank you for everything. Thank you for staying up late. That was a lot. I'm really sorry. I wanted to get it all done. We did. Thank you. Without any further ado, there's a popularity poll thing coming up soon. I'm hype. I felt the tingles at the end there. So thank you everybody for being excellent. There's a popularity poll, like again. And if you want to see ahead, if you want to catch up on everyone's everyday lives that are not involved in Chapter 2, Wake the Dragon, check out the Patreon. There might be something, we might follow up with the adventures of Cassian Self having an extremely normal one, and maybe Beretta having an extremely not normal one.
Abnormal.
Yeah. Oh man, why don't we man, let's get a
Let's say goodnight to YouTube.
let's say goodnight to YouTube.
Good night, Tube.
All right.
Toodles.
Good night.
Alright, so for folks in the Discord call, I have given a link to a stream that will let you watch my view.
Yeah.
Alright, so if everybody's here, let's get started on fan art. Once again, thank you, Peter, for setting this up. First up, from Sour Badger, we have an Aza.
Excellent! Oh,
beautiful.
Hell
Look
yes.
at the colors! Oh, you know what? That's what her fucking hair reminds me of. That blanket I have. Amy will know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, and then from Tiny Electric Gremlin, we have a Cassius.
That's a good Cassius.
There's a boy.
Boy.
And then from Divergent Dreams, we have Box.
Oh, a monster.
When he comes up to do the pantomime, he just stabs for real.
And then from Chad.
Hey! Julius Tier, you son of a bitch.
Fucking mess.
Shitty man.
And then from Mooney.
It's a nice day, happy face.
And then from Tiny Electric Gremlin, we have a Noctua.
Yeah, Slug!
Oh,
hey, it's Stampede King.
Yes.
Stampede Slug.
Did she dye her hair?
And then from Mooney.
Dear Mom and Dad, me owl, got new cat, wrecked your stuff. How have I been? Well, you know, the song Ice Ice Baby, yeah, that. Lots of love, Selif. That's so fucking funny.
And then from Jasper, we have a solo for Cassius. Speaking of Jasper, Jasper did the new Noctua and the CG at the end.
Yes.
And they're so good.
Yeah. Real good stuff. And then from South Frost, we have a Chapter 1 and...
Chapter 1!
Lovely.
Nice.
Oh, where's Beretta? I don't see her.
Forget about it.
And from Ice and Ritter, we have a Mallow.
Oh, love that.
And then from Chad, we have a thank you for playing.
Aw.
Delivering off the message.
It's fucking fantastic.
Yeah. And then from Tiny Electric Gremlin, we have a Bijou.
Bijou.
My internet, she's giving out.
You did. Thank you for staying.
Yeah, no worries. Happy to.
And then from Drax, Punished Cassius, voiced by Captain Caress.
Oh no!
Yeah, that's him.
That's him.
That's James.
And then from Chad.
I was poisoned. Noctua squad. Got him.
And
Does
from
one of them just have a
Jasper-
guitar?
Yeah.
I think so.
And from Jasper, Corvo and Grandma.
And for you, Grandma, some drugs.
Oh hell yeah.
He knows the Testudo reputation well.
Yeah.
And then
Hey, Grandma,
from
you
Spooky
cool?
Ghost Witch Smile, we have Kaname Date Beretta, Iva Noctua, and Mona Poncho Bill.
You just made my fucking life. This is the fan art I've always wanted.
We didn't even. That's exactly what we wanted.
Oh, thank you for this present to all of us.
boy.
You managed to hit the three. Yeah, you managed to hit the three fucking I fans, and Christian's getting there.
I'm almost there.
Present.
Halfway there.
And then from God of the Trash, we got Corvo.
Yep. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
A plus.
And
Get
then
your stone hands.
from Divergent Dreams, we got Beretta.
Lovely, Beretta.
Love it.
Very nice. And then from Drax, we have a Teach.
Very pretty.
And then from Middle, we have a Cassius and a Seliph and an Aza.
Look at this. I'm great. Have you ever considered?
Yep. And then from Chad,
This used
What
to
I
be-
expected.
This used to be a nice neighborhood.
Oh man.
and then from the Spooky Ghost Witch Smile,
My baby, no.
Delilah appreciation hours begin now.
and from Jasper, we got Beretta.
Aw, so soft.
I love the bullet earrings.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great.
And then
Yes,
Spooky Ghost with
they're
smile.
There it is.
All of us in the chat, just quietly on the side. Originally from Amy, I thought he sat funny because he was a cat. Really thought it was gonna be because he was gay. Everyone, yep, 100%. Yeah, it's Paul.
And then
Everyone
from-
went, yeah, this is, yeah.
Also from Spooky Ghost with smile, we have a Britta where the cops are coming.
Ah, they're here for me.
For providing the backup sound effect.
And then from Chad.
Yeah. Oh, hell yes. Oh my god, that design. Oh my god, that design will be hysterical when all this is said and done.
Yeah.
Good shit. That was then, that was a good months ago. Yeah, don't worry about
And
that.
then from Divergent Dreams, we got Beretta. And
In timeout.
Stopped. I was wondering if I was able to move in the stop time,
No,
but I didn't
absolutely
try.
not.
And then from God of the Trash, we got Teach.
Yay, another one. She looks
Aw.
great.
She looks spectacular.
And then from Chad.
I wonder if the spirit of Veils can see it. I've been visited by 2 ghosts this month.
3, actually.
3.
Don't forget the big one that almost killed you.
Oh yeah, I forgot
From
about
Tiny Electric Gremlin, we got Beretta.
Aw.
Ah,
Aw.
Little.
4, actually. Man, you've seen a lot of ghosts.
Lot of ghosts.
Too many
Doug, you
ghosts.
should have learned the
Ghost
meaning of
collector.
And
Christmas by
then
now.
from Divergent Dreams, we gotta see you next time.
Oh, thank you so much.
Aw, thank you.
Content Squad.
Thanks for playing.
Great.
And then from Anne, we have a colored Fancy Man Jaba.
Ooh.
Oh my god, Jaba hot though.
I look really good today.
He is though.
I look really good today. I'm gonna eat hot dogs.
Mom, come eat a hot dog with me.
And
I
then from
He's in
God
like
of the
his
Trash,
20s
we
in
have a
this,
Beretta.
isn't he?
Oh, lovely.
Ah, yes, I love it.
Oh, she's so pretty.
And then from G.I. Joe, we have Squad.
Wow.
Aww.
Aww.
I love how shiny it is.
Yeah, very
Let
shiny.
me refresh the page. Boop. Scroll.
Scroll.
Let's see if there's anything else. It looks like they
nothing.
might be good.
Yep.
This is once again by Peter GSC. So thank you so much.
Thank you
for
so
all
much.
this.
And real quick before we wind down for the night, just going to quickly say it one more time. Go hop onto the, if you want to see any extra content, we have a metric shitload of extra content coming to the Windrose Everlasting Patreon on the $9 tier. You're going to get a lot of garbage in the coming few weeks. So
Like
get
us-
ready.
The good
Us-
kind.
Good stuff.
Us,
Open up.
yeah, us trying to fucking do all the voices that we were gonna do. That's gonna be up there.
Hear us experiment with accents eventually.
That'll be
I will
fun.
not apologize.
Civ, thank you for making me do an accent. It's so fun.
Yeah,
I'm
you did
very
good.
impressed.
You did good.
Everybody,
Good job.
everybody, once again, if you're still watching, thanks for tuning along, and pass all the praise you can to the players who are taking a break for now. Just tell them they did a good job.
Good.
Their arcs.
You look fucking great.
So,
It's a
Thank
bad
you all
chat,
for
everybody.
coming.
goodbye,
Bye.
chat.
Bye.
Bye.
Doodles.